It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show you the freedom!
So this is the broadcast tool here, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in all its glory. You can see the notation. You can also see the engine evaluation next to each move, and also how long they spend.
What I like is you can make your own moves on the board. You can check the alternatives to what the players did. And even for the moves you make, you get the computer evaluation here.
Fantastic.
I think you get it quicker and better as a premium member, such as yours truly. What I also like, there is a chat function. You can exchange things with people from all over the world. If you want to see something else, let's say you're watching a tournament and you want to see all the games at once, no problem displaying. I have no idea how many games there are, like 128 games at the same time. You can do even more. This is a team competition. You click on multi-board.
That's beautiful.
You can see all the 8 games going on at once.
You can see the games and standings, which I...
What we got? I'll click around. Games and standings here.
Yeah. Analysis, if we click on that tab,
Let's click on it.
You can see that it's a great little graphical illustration. The red line is 0, that is the absolute even mark. And if the white bars go up, the further up they go, the bigger the advantage. And the black bars show a black advantage.
Then there's a database, and here we get the alternatives. And if we click on a move in the database, bam, it gets played on the board.
Fantastic. And then the PGN can even be downloaded.
I like that feature.
Yeah.
Whatever tournament or game you're following, you click it and you open it in the program of your choice.
Yeah, and one of the great things I like to see as well is when we get a video from the playing hall. I like to see them in their seats, nervous, you feel the tension, you feel like you're there, don't you?
Chess is really becoming a spectator's internet sport.
Great that we can see that. I also love to see the fact that we can get in some of our friends to join us during the broadcast. And it's all interactive, that's what we love. And
a lot of overview functions there.
A lot of great functions there, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you take advantage of all of them. Let's get back to the commentary.
Keep tweeting us, hashtag C24Live. We love to hear from you. Ask us anything, mainly about Lawrence life, but if you have other questions, they're also welcome.
Also send us anything you like about Jan. Hashtag C24Live.
Absolutely.
Super discounts on merchandise. Massive sales on courses from Chessable. Chessable and Chess24 bundles, with new deals appearing every day. Visit chess24.com/deals.
Nice little username there in Fischer Firuzia. The third best and 136th best player of all time.
Yeah, let's take some other challenge here. Ocean Storm is a Grandmaster. Let's not exaggerate, guys. We just started. Let's not take Grandmaster. Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive. D4, Knight f6.
Yeah, stop playing with my rating, guys. That's becoming a bit embarrassing. I mean, what is this stream if not an opportunity for my mods to roast me? Like, there's really no other reason for me to stream apart from that.
Bishop h3. Rook a2 back. Yeah, I'm not going to accept a draw, of course. We're not in the charity business here.
And a queen check comes. Another queen check. Okay, now you are pre-moving. This is very smart, but I can also pre-move a mate in 2. Okay, thank you for the game, and it wasn't rated. I mean, okay, I'm done. Sorry, guys. I'm not going to banter anymore. This wasn't rated. This was freaking unrated. No, I mean, okay. Most chickenish way to play it. Unrated. I'm amazed. I'm just amazed. Okay, if anyone can replace me in this banter, sorry. Okay, let's play against Julia Brazil. It's 3+2, but this will be my your revenge, so I'll make this game last forever.
Ay. Such a beast. Yeah, okay, this is pointless. Okay. Good game. Whatever we're saying. There. Okay.
Let's briefly see if Frenchman has challenged me. It's hard to find. Probably should go to his account and see. Ooh, h6, h3. Hello, g5. Didn't see it coming, eh? Mate? Who's funny now, eh, Harigiri? Oh, knight h2, like this. Knight h2. Please don't hit me. Oh, don't hit me. Boom.
You don't accept my challenge.
Ah, okay, I'll accept. Oh, I didn't see a challenge.
You're too afraid.
I'm not afraid. I didn't see your challenge. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you go, please? I'm shy.
I'm
can you
gonna
please
sit next to you.
No, can you
while
please
you're
go?
playing.
No, please. Can you go somewhere else?
Okay, no Frenchman. Next is me.
Yeah. Okay.
And you challenge.
Okay. No Frenchman. Being tossed around here by my wife.
Hello, Miss Tactics. Hello there. So, Pico, we gotta play before my manager is back in the office. Ooh. That's, I think your manager should understand and challenge me as well.
I've also been told many a time, Jan, just fix the shit. Stop asking the audience if they can hear or see you. And also, stop cursing. I believe that type of feedback has been given to me. More than once, probably like thrice.
Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive.
Play live online against the world's top chess players while they stream their thoughts live. As a Chess24 Premium member, seize the chance to have your moment of fame. Get a peek inside their lives with question and answer sessions, in-depth teaching, analysis and interviews. The Champions Chess Tour, with countless accompanying events, is happening now. Tune in on Chess24.
And queen takes f3. Oh! What is going on? Oh, this is going to be a fortress. I just don't see any hopes at all. This is very easy. Just rook back and forth.
Taking chess to the next level.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, yeah. Nothing else to say. Wow.
Creating the future of the sport. Introducing the Champions Chess Tour. 10 months, 10 tournaments. The world's best players online and on TV.
Freedom!
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show it down. Freedom!
Super discounts on merchandise. Massive sales on courses from Chessable. Chessable and Chess24 bundles, with new deals appearing every day. Visit chess24.com/deals.
Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive.
Play live online against the world's top chess players while they stream their thoughts live. As a Chess24 Premium member, seize the chance to have your moment of fame. Get a peek inside their lives with question and answer sessions, in-depth teaching, analysis and interviews. The Champions Chess Tour, with countless accompanying events, is happening now. Tune in on Chess24.
So this is the broadcast tool here, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in all its glory. You can see the notation. You can also see the engine evaluation next to each move, and also how long they spend.
What I like is you can make your own moves on the board. You can check the alternatives to what the players did. And even for the moves you make, you get the computer evaluation here.
Fantastic.
I think you get it quicker and better as a premium member, such as yours truly. What I also like, there is a chat function. You can exchange things with people from all over the world. If you want to see something else, let's say you're watching a tournament and you want to see all the games at once, no problem displaying. I have no idea how many games there are, like 128 games at the same time. Can do even more. This is a team competition. You click on multi-board.
That's beautiful.
You can see all the 8 games going on at once.
You can see the games and standings, which I...
What we got? I'll click around. Games and standings here.
Yeah. Analysis, if we click on that tab, that's
Let's
a nice
click on it.
You can see that it's a great little graphical illustration. The red line is 0, that is the absolute even mark. And if the white bars go up, the further up they go, the bigger the advantage. And the black bars show a black advantage.
Then there's a database, and here we get the alternatives. And if we click on a move in the database, bam, it gets played on the board.
Fantastic. And then the PGN can even be downloaded.
I like that feature.
Yeah.
Whatever tournament or game you're following, you click it and you open it in the program of your choice.
Yeah, and one of the great things I like to see as well is when we get a video from the playing hall. I like to see them in their seats, nervous, you feel the tension, you feel like you're there, don't you?
Chess is really becoming a spectator's internet sport.
Great that we can see that. And I also love to see the fact that we can get in some of our friends to join us during the broadcast. And it's all interactive, that's what we love. And
a lot of overview functions there.
A lot of great functions there, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you take advantage of all of them. Let's get back to the commentary.
Keep tweeting us, hashtag C24 Live. We love to hear from you. Ask us anything mainly about Lawrence life, but if you have other questions, they're also welcome.
Also send us anything you like about Jan. Hashtag C24 Live.
Absolutely.
And queen takes f3. Oh, what is going on? Oh, this is going to be a fortress. I just don't see any hopes at all. This is very easy. Just rook back and forth.
Taking chess to the next level.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, yeah, nothing else to say, wow.
Creating the future of the sport. Introducing the Champions Chess Tour. 10 months, 10 tournaments. The world's best players online and on TV.
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show it down. Freedom!
Nice little username there in Vachier-Lagrave. The third best and 136th best player of all time.
Yeah, let's take some other challenge here. Ocean Storm is a Grandmaster. Let's not exaggerate, guys. We just started. Let's not take Grandmaster. Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive. D4, Knight f6.
So fresh, so new.
Freedom!
It's all for you.
All for you. Freedom!
Keep your ear to the ground.
Talking about the freedom!
It's the best show in town.
Let's show it down. Freedom!
Hello and welcome. It's Valentine's Day, but there's going to be no love at all as we've got the deciding set of the finals here at the Opera Euro Rapid. What a set one we witnessed, and it's clear this is going to be an absolutely fierce battle. A repeat of what we saw in the Skilling Open in terms of the matchup as Magnus Carlsen takes on Wesley So in the finals. What happens at the end? Will that be repeated? Will Wesley So be able to beat the world champion twice in a final, or will Magnus Carlsen find some redemption by winning his first event of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday. It was an exciting day of drama, chess, absolutely thrilling from the word go. We saw Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Temur Rajabov take on each other for the fight for the third place. At the end, it was Raja who won. We had 3 decisive games in game 2, 3, and 4. And I think all these 3 games were extremely instructive, beautifully played. In game 2, Rajabov, we saw the end game. In game 4, again, absolutely a masterpiece of a flawless technique shown by Temur there. Maxime, in creative attacking style, took game number 3, but it was just too little as he lost his first set in 2.5 with 2.5, 1.5, which means that Maxime has to win today's set to force a playoff for his third place. But of course, it was all eyes on the grand final of the Opera Euro Rapid. Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So, clearly the 2 best performers, despite Magnus being up and down and slightly shaky throughout the event. It's very clear, it just doesn't matter. He still finishes at the top of the preliminaries. He still finds himself as the first player to draw blood in that set 1. Let's just bring the scoreboard up one more time from what we saw yesterday. Magnus Carlsen, he beat Daniel Dubov in the quarterfinals, beat Maxime in the semis, and now plays Wesley So. Wesley So has also had a fantastic run so far. And yesterday, it looked like Magnus was all set to win the first match when he took game 2. But Wesley So found a way in that brilliantly played 4th game. Surprisingly, both these decisive games saw Wesley employ his course on Chessable. So even though the match was a tie, the real winner of the day seemed to be Chessable, as Wesley showed just the immense preparation he had. Even in the game that he lost, we remember how he missed that very, very important moment of playing bishop c4, and everything could have been very different. Game 1 saw him miss knight c5 at a crucial moment. Throughout, you felt even though the score was even, Wesley So missed more chances than Magnus Carlsen. It's very, very difficult to really call who is a favorite here, who's going to win. We asked our audience to tell us their opinion. Take a look at the poll. And this is what the audience had to say. On day 1 of the finals, Magnus Carlsen was a favorite by 73%. After what you all saw, you say today he's a favorite by 67%. I still think that's a gross underestimation of the chess that Wesley has shown. How do you beat someone who's got no chinks in his armor? Wesley So just so solid, absolutely strategically, he's on his A game, he spots all the tactics. The one game that he lost was that one moment when after his prep, he missed the move bishop c4. Apart from that one moment, it's hard to recall anything that went wrong in Wesley's games yesterday. Magnus also still on and off. It's just a very, very fascinating fight between these 2 exceptional players. Let's take a look at what they're fighting for. The player to finish first will go back with $30,000, and these are the prizes. So the runner-up goes back with $15,000, so a clear doubling up of the purse. Temur Rajabov, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave currently fighting for $8,500. Now, the Opera Euro Rapid is the 3rd event of the Champions Chess Tour. The tour will see a total of 10 events with 6 regulars, 3 majors, and 1 final in September. The only player to have made it to the final so far is Temur Rajabov after winning the Athens Masters, and it will come down to the 3 winners of the major events and 7 players chosen by tour points. So all players are constantly fighting to finish on top of each other so that they can get the much needed tour points to make it to the finals. The format for today, we're going to see both these players battle it out in 4 rapid games back to back. And if that ends in a tie, then we're going to see a playoff with 2 blitz games. 5 minutes with a 3-second increment, and in case that's a tie as well, the winner will be decided in an Armageddon. Magnus Carlsen will have the right to choose colors in both the Blitz as well as the Armageddon, as he is the higher finisher in the preliminaries. In the Armageddon match, White will get an extra minute on the clock. Starts with 5 minutes, Black gets 4. There are no increments, and if it's a draw, Black wins. I do see Peter's joined in. There are just so many questions about today's match: strategy, preparation, stamina, skill, speed, just everything. And I know that the players are extremely tired, but they've got to be on their A game and give everything that they have. It is do or die today. Welcome, Peter.
Yeah, hello Tanya, hello everybody. It's very nice to be here for the final day of the finals. It's a thrilling chess. I perfectly agree that the players seem to be very exhausted, so they need to mobilize the very less reserves. I also think, when you're already kind of tired, you just should not give the control away of your game, because it's so easier if you are the one who is calling the shots and forcing your opponent to make difficult decisions. I mean, that's exactly the situation you want to put your opponent. So in this regard, the openings will be very important. But I also think that, despite Wesley being very successful yesterday with this Italian, I still believe that, if Magnus would be ready to play e4, e5 again, I believe that Wesley would have to move, because simply it would mean that, Magnus and his team understood that, yes, okay, this is now the final day. We have to get ready there. And I don't really believe that Wesley would risk again to challenge Magnus in all those very crazy lines. But who knows? I mean, we have seen so many surprises already. And another big aspect that now Wesley is playing the very first game from the white side. So I don't really believe that for him it's necessary to take risks. It would be much better, just to settle, to first see also how Magnus reacts on the final day. Maybe Magnus will be the one who will be switching and saying, no, I don't want any Italians. And he would move to a Sicilian. That's big mind game happening right there.
Peter, now I have to say, and in my view, I think even though the match was tied yesterday, whatever advantage that I would give, it would be to Wesley. We saw in game 1 and game 2 just amazing prep. Game 1, he missed this big opportunity with knight c5. Game 2, we saw him employ this very aggressive opening. He's done a course in that. He missed again a big chance which would have actually finished the game on the spot with bishop c4. Game 3, he drew without any problem. Magnus said energy was an issue. He was feeling knackered with the black pieces. Wesley just called it quits and said, I'm going to go all out with the white pieces in game 4. He did that. He got a great position out of the opening, again outplaying Magnus from the opening, showing immense preparation, won that game 4 and equalized the match. I have to say, despite the tied score, according to me, in whatever aspect, psychological, strategically, I think in some way, Wesley was a slight winner going into this day too.
Yes, I mean, definitely, especially because he bounced back and tied the match. It looked like, Wesley had the initiative, but at the end of the day, actually, he was the one who had to come back. And in this regard, I felt like it was so important psychologically for Wesley to tie this match, because if he would have lost day 1, I mean, he would really be, going completely crazy about this missed opportunity in game 2. Like this, that the match finished 2-2, I think it's very easy or much easier to put it behind you, because you know that you actually didn't miss out on anything. 2-2 against Magnus Carlsen in the first set of day 1 of the finals is actually a very good result. Now also he got some information from Magnus. I think one of the reasons why he was not entirely familiar with this very forced line, long crazy line in the Italian, that he did not expect Magnus to play e4, e5. And those are the things. Magnus was playing a lot of Sicilians, Najdorfs, Rossolimos, Veshnikovs, and so on. And in this regard, it's now much more easier for Wesley. Basically, he can focus fully on e4, e5, because he already definitely has prepared for e4, c5.
Yeah, big questions for Magnus, because it's clear that Wesley will start with e4. Does Magnus go for the setups that he employed yesterday, or will he take some chances in the Sicilian? Meanwhile, I do see that Wesley so has taken his seat. Also, Peter, Wesley's mentioned this, that he doesn't like to change things that work for him. The one thing I notice is that we've been seeing him exactly in these clothes every time. It's worked so far so good for him. Slight superstition there by Wesley. I think he just we've seen him wear this red shirt. We've seen him wear that jacket. We've seen him do great things on the chessboard. Chess players are quite superstitious like that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, close-wise, I know exactly. I have also paid attention. And look at this, e4, c5. The game has started. Yeah, Magnus switches. He goes for the Sicilian. The big question, will we see d6 or knight c6, knight c6? We're going to see a Rossolimo.
Bishop b5 on the board.
Yeah. And the big question, what does Magnus sticks to his e6 weapon. I mean, this is the weapon that he has used against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in the semifinals. And also, he has played it quite a lot. But during the World Championship match against Fabiano Caruana, he was relying on the G6 setups. So the E6 line was something that Magnus picked up more or less after the match.
Magnus mentioned in his interview yesterday to Kyle that if he would have seen Wesley's course on Chessable in those 2 nights, he would have never probably gone for it. But we are being told that in fact this as well is a course by Wesley on Chessable. He deviates on move 5 with the move d4. But this line with knight e7 in the Rosolimo is something that Wesley has covered as well in a course.
Yeah, it was also, I think the reason why he deviated was that already against Teimur Radjabov, also in the other semifinal, Wesley already used his suggestion from the course. Yeah, I mean, it already this d4 move had happened. And in this regard, you know, it's clear that if Magnus is ready to play the e6 setup, then Wesley feels like, you know, I have to come up with some surprise. And he goes for this very old main line. I mean, I do remember some, when was it? 2009 Tal Memorial, the game Peter Svidle, Magnus Carlsen. I mean, there already this line had been featured. I mean, this c3, b5, and then going for bishop a4, bishop c2 is one of the old main lines. I believe, how was it going? I mean, something like even something d5 and then e5, d4, bishop e4 was also one of the big positions. But yeah, Magnus starts first with bishop b7 and rook e1. Still, we can see the same scenario with this d5, e5, d4, bishop e4, leading to very complex fight.
And we see Wesley continues to blitz out his moves, showing immense prep. While Magnus, though he isn't, you can't really say he's slowed down, but he is taking a few seconds before every move. I think especially the stage that the players are in, Peter, with playing 15 games in the preliminaries, and absolutely insane quarterfinals, going on to the semis, yesterday's set as well. Both Team Magnus and Team Wesley, I think we can safely assume, had a sleepless night because they are the ones who are really preparing. Team Magnus saying, this is what you played against Teimur, we will find a way. But I think it's just such a strong choice by Wesley to not go for that line and to check what Magnus has up his sleeves, even though his match against Teimur worked out his way.
Yeah, the point is also that, I mean, sometimes the old forgotten lines are the fresh ones, right? I mean, this line was not supposed to really do much harm to black. And who knows what the new engines are saying. You know, it's the typical way in modern chess that once a new engine appears, new supercomputer appear, you have to recheck every single line. But I mean, in every single opening, there are so many lines. So that's basically also the job of the seconds, you know, to make sure that they are going step by step through all the lines and trying to realize that in which line the new engines are bringing some new impulse. And often just very quickly, we have to jump to the Teimur Radjabov Maxim Vachier-Lagrave game because something really incredible happened. White has all of a sudden captured knight takes e4, a wonderful little tactics. I mean, if it works, White will just end up being pawn up.
It looks like a pawn up for nothing. So what is happening after knight e4? There's queen d5 check, king h8, bishop g7, king g7, and then you just pick up the knight on e4. You have to intercept it with this move bishop g7 because the b2 bishop was hanging. And c6, you go queen d4 check or queen d3. This is incredible. Peter, I think for this match between Maxim and Teimur, and especially the way we've been seeing Maxim play, I think there's just been a slight careless attitude by Maxim. You get the feeling that he's just rushing too much, making these simple mistakes, which you just don't see a player like Maxim ever make. And also the question of motivation. How motivated are these players fighting for the third place?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, very, very good point. I feel like, you know, in Maxim's case, it's much more tough because he has the candidates coming and he has this very great position. So I believe that before the tournament, he might feel like, you know, until I can fight for the first place, I'm ready to give everything. But in the moment when he lost the semifinals to Magnus, then probably it was kind of clear that he just wants to I mean, he continues blitzing out. It really seems like he's careless. Yeah, I mean, he is not fully concentrated. I mean, it's not the typical Maxim, you know, who gives everything. I mean, definitely he tries, but simply he's probably also very exhausted. I mean, that's kind of the point, that in order to be still motivated and to be fully focused, you have to mobilize all your reserves, and probably he's saving it for the candidates and for the preparation of the candidates, because after all, if the plan is, I think, correct, that it should be somewhere in the second part of April, then slowly the announcement should come, and all these kind of questions are definitely concerning him. Besides, he also was kind of tricked in the opening again, because Rajabov played again knight f3, so basically was ready to play the anti-Grunfeld against Maxim, and we have been seeing Maxim suffering yesterday in the anti-Grunfeld. So actually Maxim made a very, very emotional decision of trying to play the Leningrad Dutch, with which he has zero experience, and then doing something on zero experience plus in all this blitzing mode as he has been in the tournament. I mean, this together is a little bit tricky.
But also the current position, we see it's not as clear as we were expecting, Peter. Let's just back up to the moment when Queen d5 was played, and instead of King h8, Maxime decides to go Rook f7. White still can't pick up the knight on e4, so he took the bishop on g7, hitting the queen with the move c6. An intermezzo, the queen falls back, and this gives black the opportunity to make a move before he grabs that bishop on g7, and he uses that chance to take the f2 pawn. If white falls back with the bishop to h6, black can also jump with the knight. He's gone bishop h6. The knight can jump to g4 as well as give a check on h3. I don't like knight h3 because where is the knight going after that? There are all these ideas of trading it, rook f7, king f7, queen g7. That looked like disaster. Let's just show that line. Knight h3 runs into the trade, and then you trade the rook, and this looks like game over for black. So knight g4 played. The good news is that Maxime has not lost the pawn, but still the position looks extremely bad after losing that dark squared bishop and the weaknesses around the king.
Exactly. I mean, actually the position, all right. I mean, if he would have just lost the pawn for nothing, it would have been game over. Now he kind of survived that, but the position is just very, very bad. I mean, this is a clear plus-minus position. The pawn on d6 is very vulnerable. I mean, white has, he has to go queen b6. So basically he's ready to give this pawn immediately just in order to get rid of some initiative from white side. I believe that queen b6 was practically also forced. And if, for example, white just very primitively takes and captures on d6, that would not be such a good idea, because then black has knight e3, hitting the rook and the bishop, and all kinds of opposite colored bishop endgames might arise, which definitely is what black is dreaming of. There are all these ideas like, you know, simply ignoring queen b6 and maybe just to play the move rook a d1. Also not opening up the a file for black's rook, because after this queen b6, a b6, suddenly black really gets some counterplay against the a2 pawn. In this regard, rook a d1 really looks like a very, very nice way of, you know, just bringing everything to the center, and the pawn on d6 is not running away. Yes, white does have a weakness on e2, but I mean, he has so many dynamic ideas that it looks like white has a very, very clear advantage.
All right, so Maxime on the back foot, he uses the opportunity to trade the queens using that pin along the diagonal, but still a really bad position for black, as you pointed out. Peter, let's jump back to our main game. We'll keep an eye out on this final set for the third place. And I see that this position is looking extremely interesting. Magnus's king still uncastled, still in the center, expecting black to develop quickly and find some safety for the king, because otherwise it can get very dangerous. What is your evaluation? And maybe let's just back up and see how it got here as well.
Yeah, I think that Magnus was using one of those lines which were kind of considered that, black doesn't have to hurry with d5. He can try to make this prophylactic move rook c8, because it's not easy for white to go d4 yet, because then his bishop is kind of vulnerable. And Vasily goes for a4 first, forcing black to play kind of, I mean, not really forcing, but b4 should be played, because white has all kinds of ideas with coming with the knight to a3, hitting the b5 pawn. So black plays the move b4. Now white goes for d4 after making sure that you get this this pawn to b4. So black captures cd and goes knight g6, knight bd2, and black's justification is kind of to try to sit on the a5 square, because this is quite a nice square for the knight. Knight a5 also stopping any kind of knight b3 ideas, which would be quite nice for white. And now Wesley goes g3, a very, very nice move, a typical way of dealing with the knight on g6, because, for example, if black just insists on simply developing with a move like bishop e7, then white can consider playing h4, targeting the knight on g6 with a very unpleasant h4, h5 idea. If black would ever play the move h5, that would be a very big weakness, because with the knight on g6, the pawn on h5 would be really vulnerable. So the big question is, how does black get out of this uncomfortable situation? Magnus does play the move bishop e7. I mean, there are, Wesley blitzes h4 out. One of those ideas are, sometimes the seemingly shocking castles. Why I'm saying shocking? Because after h5, there is only one square, the h8 square for the knight, but it's not always bad, because black might later on get out with f6, knight f7, and say that, I'm getting quite a harmonious position. Nevertheless, I mean, white seems to be better, so I'm curious how Magnus will deal with this.
I love that move g3. I mean, when we just had that position with that knight on g6, it's a theme that we've seen across the board. When we've seen black have a knight on b6, white goes b3 and kills the knight. On the other side of the board employs the same idea. It just basically takes away the f4 and the h4 squares and asks this question once h4 is made, that where is the knight going? Also just really shows class. I mean, you see the king in the center, you try and think about moves like d5, breaking through immediately. But Wesley just understands these positions so well and shows us the way. Going g3, bishop e7 has to be played. You can't be stuck in the center with your king forever. And now h4. But Peter, I don't really see an option for black except to go short castle. h5 is of course a possibility, but it looks very, very weakening. Even a move like knight f1 comes to mind, trying to get the most of this g5 square, as well as that pawn on h5 could come under fire once this f3 knight moves. Let's just see how to demonstrate some ideas. Maybe knight f1 here, short castle, you move this knight from f3, and then suddenly you're asking all these questions. Where is the support on the h5 pawn?
Exactly. I mean, it's not clear. The h5 looks like a really serious weakening. Okay, one could argue that black is not forced to castle after playing h5, but if you are not castling and you play h5 and white plays the move knight f1, it really feels like you want to do something, because white occupied the center. He has very nice development, and I just cannot really imagine Magnus playing the move h5. Wow, bishop takes h4. Whoa. What?
That would not have made it to my top 10 moves in the position, but that doesn't mean anything. But still, bishop h4 is completely unexpected.
Wow, I mean, okay, this is, first of all, yeah, it's unexpected. Secondly, I just cannot imagine that it could work. I mean, it's no way on that. Magnus is not someone who would just sacrifice a piece for nothing. So there should be some very, very interesting deep idea behind. Let's try to figure it out.
And it has to be over the board inspiration. I mean, this is definitely part of no prep whatsoever. This is just Magnus's mind working it out, that he feels these are practical chances, even if the line doesn't work, because we see our evaluation bar disapproves of this sacrifice, but that doesn't matter because it's a practical game. And Magnus, if he feels that there are some chances here, he will take them. And I think the reasoning for that is simple, Peter. He hated his position after short castle, allowing h5, taking that passivity, and he goes for this dynamic option. Knight h4 on the board. All right, so how is white continuing? I don't see a threat actually currently.
Well, I mean, one of the threats are that the bishop on c2 is hanging, so any kind of natural move like knight f1 is not possible, because then black trades and the bishop on c2 will be hanging. And that's why I felt like, one of the most natural moves would be to play the move bishop d3. I'm also planning to bring the bishop back to f1. I might be also, I'm supporting the knight, ready to go knight f1. I mean, the big question for me is that, how does black continue after bishop d3? Because he needs to come up with something really devastating, but I don't really believe that black can try to open up the position. But maybe, I mean, maybe some ideas like f5, and then if you take ef5, then try to go for short castle and then open the f5 quickly. I mean, there should be some craziness, because otherwise, just slowly, it shouldn't really work.
Just incredible. I have to say, it's a very Mikhail Tal kind of a sacrifice on h4, a very Dubov-esque sacrifice on h4. There are no direct lines, but you're just saying you've opened up the king. You somehow don't even see so many pieces around for black to continue the attack. Peter, f5 is one way. The other thing that I'm wondering is, can black try and somehow get the rook into play? There are also options like h5, rook h6 that come to mind, but I think after h5, then you get the move knight f1 in. This is also something that black has to watch out for. Knight goes to f1, defending the h6 square, so the rook lift is not possible anymore. Bishop g5 threats in the air, knight h2 coming in. Bishop d3, I really like it as a consolidating move.
Yeah, I mean, after bishop d3, one could argue that, yeah, white doesn't really want to take on h4 yet, because then queen h4. But once I already put my bishop to d3, it's not hanging anymore, then I will have some queen f3, queen g3 ideas as well. So it's obvious that I'm actually threatening with something. So the big question is now that how is Magnus going to react that... I mean, after bishop d3, we are now also getting the information from Sotiris that his engine simply really likes something like taking on h4, queen takes h4, and then rook e3, just bringing the rook. And okay, this is of course a very, very ultra cool typical way of the engines. You know, they find always the most effective ways. And look at this, Wesley is going for it takes. If you already take, he's gonna play rook e3 on the board.
Blitz, not only the engines finding the most efficient way to defend this position and claim big advantage with that extra piece, but Wesley finds it as well. Incredible play, because bishop d3, a human approach, we're informed that the engine gives the best line as this, and immediately on the board. Wesley took a couple of minutes, but no deep think there. Just his understanding of how to defend Peter is at another level.
Yeah, I mean, usually I would say that Wesley is the last person against whom you want to make some speculative sacrifices. I mean, he is just so good in calculating. I mean, I think he really respects sacrifices if they come out of strengths, yeah? But if it's just a speculative sacrifice and he believes in his position and he believes that this should not work, then he is able to refute all these things in the best engineer's manner. So I don't know exactly what caused Magnus to sacrifice this piece, because sometimes it might be, you know, mental tiredness, that you simply believe that, okay, I don't want to be tortured, I'm not liking my position, okay, let's go for it, let's see what's going to happen, maybe it will work out. And Magnus goes now for f5. I mean, there was just no other way. You have to play this move f5 and try to create something, but objectively speaking, this doesn't look good at all.
All right, so the one idea that f5 does have is that at some point you could put your rook on f8 and try and target the f2 pawn after you open it up with fe4. There are also threats like f4 maybe. So how is white actually countering this? That's a very big question that Wesley needs to answer, because I feel if he's able to play the next just a couple of moves, 2 or 3 correct moves, rook g3 played, that would be game over for black. He just needs to find a way to consolidate. And I think the point is that f4, Peter, can also be met by queen g4 now.
No, queen g4, then the bishop is hanging on c2. Be careful.
All right.
Yeah, this one needs to be careful. But I mean, if black plays the move f4, then he's not opening up files, right? I mean, I don't really think that f4 is any worry. White can even just sidestep it with rook g4. And I mean, just a tempo, you go queen h5, and then white also has all the time in the world, maybe just to play bishop d3. Everything is kind of blocked, besides maybe when the f4 pawn is hanging now. I don't know, but I'm not liking the f4 move. I feel like Magnus, now knight f3 is a big threat. So in this regard, I believe that f takes e4 kind of has to be played, but I mean, white has all kinds of ideas with rook g4 and then taking on e4. I mean, why isn't it just winning for white? That's the big question.
All right, so let's take a look at fe4. You said f4 is not something that you want to play mainly because white is going to move like rook g4, as well as it just blocks all files and you need files to develop an attack. After f takes e4, controlling knight f3 is the move rook g4, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think that it looks very, very nice because immediately kicking this queen away, and my next move going to be bishop takes e4, eliminating this wonderful bishop on b7, solving also the problem of the hanging bishop on c2. I mean, it's just very, very nice. The rook on g4. Yeah, Magnus goes short castle. Yeah, I thought like this is the most human move. However, after knight f3, I'm not seeing any human moves and not even engine moves. I mean, it almost feels like knight f3 just, yeah, it's played. Queen h5 played. I mean, this is just terrible. I mean, white even has ideas like knight e5. Even moves like knight e5 can be really seriously considered because then the queen is kind of attacked. If you trade on d1, I say thank you very much. Again, I'm solving my problem of the hanging bishop. Pawn on d7 is hanging. Besides, I'm threatening with bishop h6 to jump out, hitting the g7 pawn. I mean, all this looks just way too bad. But okay, one needs to also calm down and calculate quietly. But I mean, objectively, it does look like black is about to collapse.
Wesley looks very calm and composed. He looks like he's just taking his time. He knows it's a winning position. He needs to make a few accurate moves. As long as he doesn't blunder anything right now, this game is all his. Now, Peter, Magnus made this crazy sacrifice on h4, which was very difficult to understand. But I have to say, even before the sacrifice, it did look like black was in a bit of trouble. That knight g6, g3, h4 lines that we were looking at did not look pleasant at all for black. Once again, I have to say that it just shows amazing opening prep by Wesley. I mean, throughout their final match, he's just been catching the world champion in all these openings. Yes, it hasn't worked out in some of the games, but if you look at the big picture, he's always come out on top, and in fact has even missed very big blows. And I have to say that this game, it's not just about bishop h4, but Magnus just coming into a lot of pressure right out of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the scenario I was talking before the match, that, you know, it's clear that the players are very, very tired. I mean, you have to make sure that you get positions where you feel comfortable, you feel confident, and being able to handle it despite how tired you are. And by picking this old forgotten main line, because actually it was a main line for a reason, it was always considered to be very, very dangerous. But then at some point, people kind of abandoned it because it looked like objectively black is fine. But I mean, okay, after all this crazy amount of games, and white is the one who prepares with the engine. Yeah, and Wesley goes for knight e5. I mean, knight e5 looks to me like a really killing move.
Peter, when we talk about stamina and exhaustion, it's absolutely clear that the players are completely drained out, but that's both of them. Magnus and Wesley have had the exact same path to reaching this moment right now. But I think, yes, from Magnus coming out of White Kanze, having a short break in the middle, it is very exhausting, but there's also just so much motivation that he has to actually win the event. And when you're playing, you're in the middle of this adrenaline rush as well. I think you often realize the tiredness and the exhaustion once it's all over. I still feel that it has been very uncharacteristic despite the stamina challenges. We've seen Magnus actually face a lot more of that previously in the previous tour. I just still think that he's struggling with his form right now.
Well, I think that it's simply based on the fact that probably he's too tired and he didn't really want to prepare for the match. That's kind of my feeling. He was more like, you know, I don't want to do computer prep. I want to avoid things. Let me play chess, yeah, because he loves to play chess. The only problem is that Wesley is extremely smart. I mean, he just makes sure, you know, that Magnus is not able to play according to his liking. Yeah, he always poses these direct questions, doesn't give Magnus the chance of playing a type of position. Yeah, because if Magnus already gets his type of position where he feels comfortable, then I think the tiredness will actually even disappear. But when you are kind of tired and then you are always confronted with some direct problem from a very well prepared opponent, that's very, very tough. And also one of the things, you know, we have seen Magnus doing this incredible comebacks after some terrible blunders in previous runs. And, you know, I think also people should not underestimate how much energy it takes, you know, to come back from such situation when you just blunder something. So yes, we have seen some incredible, heroic, brilliant performances by Magnus bouncing back, but maybe end of the day it was taking those extra reserves from him that would have been required to be in perfectly stable condition mindset wise for the final. But okay, again, it might be just one game, and in the next game we're gonna see Magnus in his element, and then we will be talking about what were we thinking about. I mean, let's not worry for Magnus. He knows what he's doing. He's capable of getting out of any scenarios, but right now he has put himself in a very difficult situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you talk about comebacks, just nobody does it like Magnus does. And it's just, even if he loses this game one, I think many will still believe him to be a favorite in this match to some extent. We've just seen him make so many of those impossible looking comebacks. And when he's got his back against the wall, he just brings out the best in himself. Now, knight b4 played, Peter, the one move that comes to my mind is rook c4, trying to hit the knight on b4 and the pawn on d4. And I think white could perhaps go bishop d2 so that rook d4 can be met by bishop c3. And then suddenly we see the rook on g3 and the bishop on c3 eyeing the g7 pawn. So in fact, you don't even win the d4 pawn.
Exactly. And then if you don't win, then it might look like rook c4 was just a waste of a tempo. And the only problem is that if you don't go rook c4, then what you do? Because at least with rook c4, you were attacking something, you were wanting to do something. Also, the knight on a5 is completely out of the game. White has the two bishops, so just any kind of stabilizing anyway, white might just want to go bishop d2. And if knight jumps to c4, okay, I can even put Magnus goes knight c4.
And where is he going after b3 now? Does he want to fall back to b6? Because I don't see another square for the knight.
Yeah, after b3 definitely wants to go back to b6, and then at least he might try to get his knight to d5. I mean, it's a lovely square for the knight, but I mean, I see many problems with this position. First of all, that white is even not forced to play b3. Yeah, Wesley goes immediately a5 with the point that if black takes knight takes a5, trying to use the fact that the bishop is hanging, that white has again this very powerful bishop a6 move, hitting the g7 pawn and the knight. And Magnus goes d5. Now he makes sure that his knight will come back, but now his bishop is dead.
Yeah, but probably it's something that had to be played because b3 was also a really big threat. With no squares to go, you need to find a square for the knight. After the knight comes to d6, it could potentially threaten moves like knight f5, knight b5, hitting the d4 pawn. I think bishop g4 is a really nice square for this bishop. It directly attacks the e6 pawn, also controls the f5 square in case the knight ever tries to jump there. But currently Magnus has to find a way to defend this pawn. You don't want to make a move like rook e8. It feels extremely passive, but if you don't do that, what's the option? Rook f6, doesn't that run into bishop g5?
Well, it does run into bishop g5. I mean, I'm wondering if, and look at this, how Magnus is sitting there on his chair. I mean, doesn't give, his body language doesn't give any impression that he believes that he can put up any fight in this game. I think he is maybe even psychologically trying to put behind him, bishop g5 on the board.
Rook g6, bishop h5 is an option that comes to mind, which actually looks very scary for black. This rook looks absolutely trapped, nowhere to run. If after bishop g5, the rook doesn't go to g6, you just lose the e6 pawn. Peter, I think this might be game over.
Yeah, okay, Magnus, since he already went for rook f6, he's gonna take on g5 and then take on b2. Does he want to play like this? But it's a whole rook. I mean, it's a whole rook and the horrible bishop on b7. Yeah, Magnus resigns. Yeah, that's it.
He's had enough. He's had enough. Magnus looking very dejected there. But you know, Peter, I think we saw this earlier in an interview with Kaya where he mentioned that he knew things went wrong earlier on. And he knew that the opening got messed up. I think we see him on the camera still there. Have to say that now a next game with the white pieces is extremely critical. Magnus needs to bounce back immediately. If Wesley is able to hold the game with black, it's going to be extremely difficult for the world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be honest, I haven't seen Magnus so hopeless in any of his games almost in his career, because simply this The opening went very bad. Then, out of frustration, he sacrificed the bishop on h4. Clearly, not because he believed in it, but he was just like, okay, I don't like my position. I don't want to suffer there after castles h5, knight h8. But what did he get from this piece sacrifice? Basically nothing. And it was not like, you know, he was blundering anything in this game. No, it was just that the whole picture that this game was presented, it's quite scary. It just feels like, you know, maybe exactly Magnus is missing this mental reserves that he really needs, you know, to bring into this fighting spirit. Definitely wants to fight. I'm expecting him in the very next game with the white pieces to really try everything. But now he's also under a lot of pressure. Wesley couldn't have dreamed of a better scenario. I mean, yesterday he won the last game and bounced back. He tied the scores. Now he's already leading, and Magnus is now under pressure of, you know, he has to deliver with the white pieces, because we know that Wesley is very solid. It's clear that Wesley will not give him such a present, and Magnus will have to use now all his power and all his know-how to fight back here.
I mean, we saw it from our audience poll that few would have predicted Wesley So to start this Judgment Day set with a win, and win in a crushing style, Peter, because once again, just want to point out that bishop h4 sacrifice felt like it was born out of some kind of desperation in that position. White threatening to go h5 here. The knight on g6 completely misplaced. Black just not finding enough time to complete development. We will take maybe a deeper look at this game, Peter, but we have action on the other one. Let's go to our fight for the third place. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave looks like he's still in trouble. He's a pawn down, rook d6 played. The first threat that comes to my mind is a move like rook b6, which would make life very difficult for Black. Maxime in big trouble here.
Yeah, looks like in big trouble. Yeah, one of the ideas definitely rook b6 and then targeting the b7 pawn. Besides, I don't know exactly how strong it is, but even ideas like a6, b takes a6, rook a4 to a6, and then threatening the h6 pawn also seems to be in the position. Yes, I don't want to do it. If I have the chance of playing rook b6, definitely I would go for that. But just to illustrate that this powerful pawn e2 and bishop on f3, this is kind of an incredible cement from white side. I mean, the white king is perfectly safe, guarded by this bishop and this pawn on e2. Contrarily, Black's king is fine at the moment, but his pawn structure, for example, on h6 and g5 is much more vulnerable than White's. And besides, White is a pawn up. White has all these active possibilities with rook b6 targeting even the b7 pawn. And the clock situation also doesn't seem to indicate like Maxime can rely on some big time advantage in order to compensate for the position. Big question. I mean, also one of the things that I'm not really understanding, why is the engine bar not giving a much clearer plus for White? I mean, it looks to us like Black is almost hopeless, but looking at the engine bar, I mean, there should be some fight. Can Black maybe try to play rook e5 targeting the a5 pawn? But exactly then this idea that I mentioned with a6 might gaining strength, because after b takes a6, no, Maxime goes, yeah, let me just finish. ba6, rook a6, now hitting the h6 pawn, and also after the black rook move to e5, the 7th rank is vulnerable as well. So Maxime goes bishop b3.
I like this move as well, Peter, because I think if White would get the rook to b6, it would be absolutely havoc on Black's position. Let's just back up and see how that might have happened. If not bishop b3 and you make a move like rook b2, as you pointed out, rook e5, very dangerous after a6. A move like rook b2 and then suddenly rook b6, you trade on b6, pick up that ab6 rook, and then you go rook a7 in the air. If rook e6, there's rook b4, the b7 pawn hangs. Just looks extremely dangerous for Black. I like the move bishop b3, which Maxime played, because it hits the rook on a4, giving no time for White to go rook b6. Moving that rook away from a4, not just an attack, but also allows Black to make the move bishop c4, hitting the e2 weakness. And if White goes king f2, then we suddenly see a move like rook b2 is possible.
Exactly. I mean, this is the whole point, that Black has to distract White's wonderful construction. I mean, this is just a cement, and with bishop c4, if Black ever gets to the e2 pawn, then even if he loses the b7 pawn, then also white's king on g3 will give black definitely very good practical chances of saving the position. So in fact, maybe we have been a little bit too harsh with black's position, being that we missed this bishop b3, bishop c4 idea. If white has to kind of back down with the rook to d2, then it feels like white is losing the momentum, then black might be able to try to liquidate into some other type of position. So yeah, it's still all to play for. I mean, black has serious chances. Yeah, white goes king f2. Because after rook b2, I have rook e3. This is very, very important.
Right, so rook b2, there's rook e3, trading off the rook, and then it puts pressure on the b7 pawn as well. Peter, rook b2 just looks like such a natural move that you want to play, but after you point out rook e3, it makes you wonder if the right way to attack the e2 pawn might be through e5 instead. But then does white go rook to d2?
Exactly. I mean, you just have to make sure that you protect this pawn. I mean, on the other hand, there are even some arguments, you know, that maybe I can try to play rook b6 because now bishop takes e2 doesn't seem to work because I'm just in time to take rook b7 and I'm actually having a winning advantage. So maybe even after rook b6, black's idea would be actually to put the bishop on a6. Yeah, rook e5 is played. And then maybe just play the move bishop a6 and claim that, you know what, whenever you take bishop takes b7, I'm going to have rook takes e2 check, creating those counter threats against white's king. And otherwise, how do we ever make progress? I mean, clear that white will have to try to keep an eye on the e2 pawn, but also a5 pawn is hanging. Yeah, maybe just getting the bishop to a6 is what black needs here. Yeah, and there we go. Rook b6, bishop a6 blitzed out by Maxim. And okay, if black gets a stable construction, then somewhere might be, you know, the question that you go rook a2, then you go rook b2, black takes on a5. Once I go rook b2, you take on a5 and I take on b7. And we might be reaching those kind of endgames that white is a pawn up, but it's only on the king side. And it looks quite drawish. I mean, despite, of course, that white having serious chances. So Maxim just waits with rook c5, rook d2. Aha, white wants to go rook d6, rook g6, and try to get to this h6 pawn and to the king. So giving up the a5 pawn, but rook takes a5, runs into rook d6.
And if you come back, rook e5 now?
Yeah, rook e5. Okay, I'm gonna give the check.
It's so difficult. You don't want to go to h8. I think maybe start with king f8.
Yeah, somewhere you have to put the king, and these are always the unpleasant things. Yeah, you don't wanna. But okay, if you take the e2 pawn, then you have all the chances to survive. Yeah, but we might be seeing this because after rook d2. In fact, black will have to, I mean, black can take on a5 and then white has to go rook d6.
Also, I don't see an alternative for black except taking on a5. I mean, white is regardless going rook d6. You can't really fight the threat. At least pick up the a5 pawn on your way to facing rook d6. And we see that on the board. After rook d6, you can't really do anything about rook g6, rook h6. So you put pressure on the e2 pawn. And you want to do it from e5 because rook a2 will always have these ideas, Peter, of some bishop d5 somewhere, which is very scary. Don't know exactly how it will work out, but I think the move rook e5 is preferable to rook a2.
Wow, but he goes for rook a2.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he goes for rook a2. I mean, looks very, very scary. Just as you mentioned, I mean, somewhere some bishop d5 check. Okay, clearly after rook g6 check, Maxim wants to run on the dark squares with king f8, and then maybe he says that, you know what, whenever I take on e2, it will be very, very important that I'm setting a discovered check. I mean, maybe that's why he feels that, you know, despite that this is so risky, he is willing to take the risk.
And Peter, we are being joined by former US champion Sam Shanklin. Let's bring him on and get his insight. He also had a very good run in this event. In the preliminaries, we saw him finish with 7 points, and who can forget that dramatic last game? Sam, are you with us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. How are you doing?
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so let's just jump into this game because it just looks like there's so much going on. What's going on here, Sam?
Well, White is obviously pushing for a win. I think that White's hope is to somehow take both kingside pawns and end up with lose the e2 pawn, but take both h6 and g5, and then end up with 2 pawns against 1 on the queen side. But I think there's fair chances for that just because Black's king is so vulnerable. I think Black will have to trade rooks somehow, and then, you know, like for example, I could easily see Black playing something like rook d7 here just to try to not get mated, and then we can take it and take on h6. I think White has very good winning chances, but well, if Maxim's a very good defender in like these sort of tricky tactical type positions, so we'll see what happens.
I think that's true for most of these top 10 guys. I mean, they're just not, it's not just one kind of play, but even when it comes to holding very difficult positions, that's where we see such a big difference between, let's say, the absolute best players in the world and everybody else. They're just, you know, till you haven't won against them. They just find every single resource in a position.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, specifically Maxim, he's very good at like tactical tricks in messy, bad positions. There are other guys, I mean, he's good at everything, of course, but that's what he's especially annoying at to face. Like I remember when I played him and he found this rook c1, I thought he was about to resign, and he like found this tactical trick from miles away and just barely stay alive. It was very frustrating. But you know, there are other guys who are maybe even better than that at like any endgame. They will just know cold, and you know, if you have this, like they will hold any rook endgame pawn down every time, like with 0 time on their clock. But yeah, we'll see. I think this one's going to be too much. So I mean, it just looks really bad for Black to me. Maybe I'm overestimating White's chances, but it feels like it should be lost somehow.
Yeah, very difficult for Maxim. We'll see if he can be tricky and somehow save this. Now, Sam, of course, the final, the main match, Magnus versus Wesley. Now, when you were with us on our broadcast last time, you mentioned it so many times, just how strong a player Wesley is and how easily one can underestimate him. Sometimes he's so humble, he's solid, but even when it comes to tactics and attack, we've seen him be an absolute monster, and he starts the final set with a win against Magnus. Did you watch that game, and what were your thoughts on that?
I watched enough to know what was happening, then quick jumped in the shower and just was able to get out in time to hang with you guys. It just looked like Magnus got caught in the opening. When you get caught in the opening in a classical game, you have some time to get your bearings and hopefully react in a reasonably decent way. And in a rapid game, it's just harder. And Magnus, it just looked like it's very hard to get Magnus in the opening, but if you do, especially in rapid, you know, he's human like anybody else. It just seemed like it was sort of over before it started, but yeah, that does not necessarily mean Magnus cannot change before the next game starts.
I was just going to ask you about that. One does get the feeling a little bit that Magnus has struggled in the opening, especially in this final so far. Something that we don't see him struggle with very often. How can he come out of it? E5 doesn't seem to work. Sicilian lines are not working. What needs to be done?
I don't know. I mean, at some point it feels disingenuous for a very good player like me to offer advice to someone like Magnus, who's more than a very good player. But I think he's jumping around a bit. I think a lot of the stuff Wesley is playing is tricky and difficult to deal with in rapid, but not necessarily like crushing, and when like that dangerous objectively. And when Magnus gets a bad position the first time, I would think just go back to the same line and improve, as opposed to pivot completely and try something totally new. You know, if somebody has a bunch of like little ideas that are not dangerous objectively, but practically can cause a lot of trouble, and then they play one against you, well, now you sort of know what they had in mind in that variation. While if you then play a brand new one, you might just get hit with the same kind of like little tricky idea, and you're just unprepared for it. So in general, I would have liked to have seen Magnus stick with his guns more. I mean, I think he won a very nice game in this 2 nights with knight g5, and then he just chose to play bishop c5 next. It seemed like a strange decision to me. But again, he's just, it feels very strange for me to tell Magnus how he can be better at chess.
No, it's not about being better. It's just it's so difficult for us. I mean, not difficult, but actually a novelty for us to see Magnus be in this situation. I think just the expectations out of him are so high. You just think that he's going to win everything he plays. But the last few months, he has been suffering. And we do have playoff, Peter.
Suffering how much? He's still in the finals, and he could still, I mean, if he wins this game, he's all of a sudden a favorite in the finals again. I mean, I think it just says a lot. I agree, Magnus is totally off form compared to what he often is, and I still think it, just shows his class that when he's off form, he's still approximately the best player in the world.
Absolutely. I think it's more about what happened at White and just him himself mentioning that he's been feeling the funk a little bit. But we all know that he has extremely high expectations. All right, Peter, we've got action. Take it away.
Yeah, we are seeing actually this traditional Italian. Wesley already played this line with d5 against Dingliden, I think, in the preliminaries. So yeah, basically Magnus kind of could have expected this line, and I'm believing that he had expected it. It has kind of a reputation lately that exactly this move order with knight bd2 and knight b6 h3 white is getting some small advantage, but if Wesley is ready to go for it, I might have the feeling that he made sure that he knows how to hold those slightly unpleasant positions. In this regard, I think we're going to see a very important theoretical clash here.
Yeah, so this line here, actually, it's surprising that it didn't get more attention. This was the Giri Hari Krishna game, and there's some line, queen takes d3, knight takes e5, queen f5, I think it's knight ef3 back, and then essentially I think there's not a thing black can do about g4 coming, but he sacrifices a piece and it gets interesting. I believe it's like rook a d8, g4, take everything, and then, so rook a d8, g4, we take all the pawns, king h1, bishop f2, and then I believe it's knight h2, and it's very messy and interesting, I guess. It looks like Wesley has gone for it as well, so my guess is we will see something like this very soon.
Yeah, I think that there was this, that if you go rook a d8, maybe after rook a d8, white was going queen e2, and after rook a8 was all these g4 things. I'm also not 100% sure, but yeah, this is the line that I think Sam mentioned, that takes, and then you go king h1, and you will have this very important knight h2 resource. But yeah, and Wesley goes rook a d8. I think after rook a d8, white was supposed to play queen e2, and then black was going for some queen c8 moves whatsoever. But I'm also not the greatest specialist here.
Yeah, well, it looks like more so than me. I know better than to question Peter Leko in e4, e5. I did it once in Biel. It was a bad idea. But
well, actually, you did get a very nice position.
But I didn't win the game. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. So queen c8, queen b5. Yeah, there had been just very, very few games. I think that some Adonyan game against Dominguez was one of the latest one, and originally it was maybe Rajabov against Mamedjadov in the World Cup from 2019 that I recall this line happen. And look at this, finally, okay, at least we see that Magnus is blitzing his lines out, and knight d7, knight h4.
Yeah, I mean, it might just be that Magnus also is hiding prep. He's just the best player in the world and is playing rapid. I mean, against me, he played c4, c6, queen a4. I mean, it might just be like, hey, I'm the best player in the world. I don't need to show top-notch preparation compared to, that I would rather save for more serious events. But then all of a sudden, once he is actually like really under pressure and behind and thinking, I might just lose this match if I don't start to drop serious knowledge, then maybe he's starting to like go into actual more mainline theory. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to understand what goes on in his mind just because he's so much better. But if he knows what he's doing here and gets a nice position, I mean, I do think Wesley is the second best player in the world in this time control, but even with an extra game, I still consider Magnus the favorite until, at this point, I certainly would at least.
Yeah, so okay, this a6, maybe it would be nice if Sotiris or someone in the chat can tell us when the first novelty appears. I have the feeling that I haven't really seen knight h4 yet, but as I mentioned, there had been very few developments here. I mean, this is a line which is there, it's hanging in the air, but it's not that attractive from the black side, and also from the white side, people often try to avoid it because it's very direct and you don't exactly get those type of Italian slow maneuvering games. It's a very direct setup. And that's why I believe that this will be really important for theory. And as Sam mentioned also, I mean, Magnus, if he was really thinking like, I'm the best and I can just fool around and win the match, after losing the previous game, I mean, definitely he knows that he's in trouble and he has to start using real bombs to get his game going, to get the confidence back as well. And then we might be seeing exactly the Magnus that we know.
Yeah, so we'll see. So yeah, apparently it's Knight H4 was a novelty. And yeah, Peter, you were right. There was a Rajabov Mamedyarov game from 2019. So yeah, it's impressive knowledge.
Yeah, well, I mean, I like to follow things, but now that I got more and more involved in commentary, I feel like, you know, I'm missing my time from studying the openings. So yeah, I have to find the balance in the future.
In other news, I don't want to toot my own horn too much, but the Rajabov Vachier-Lagrave game went exactly as I predicted.
I was just about to say, Sam, 2 pawns on the king side versus 1, and but with this position, it looks like the king will at some point hide on h5. Calling this a win for white?
Yeah, I think black's basically done for. Unless there's something extremely direct. Actually, wait, after rook f4 comes, how do we save the h4 pawn?
So the question is king g4, rook e4, king h5, and then you just attack the h4 pawn.
Yeah, rook f4, rook h1, something like that. This is the kind of thing that, there you go, Maxime just played it. Like I said, this is the kind of thing Maxime does extremely well. And yeah, I guess he's just saving it by the skin of his teeth. White's king is a little misplaced. White needs to play rook c5 to h1 here, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it will be very difficult to draw that arrow, no? I mean, for me also, yeah, rook c5 to h1, but still, the g pawn is very dangerous, but of course the point is that black will try to sacrifice his rook for the g pawn and create his play with the b pawn. But usually these are all move per move, and white's rook on the 50s is actually perfectly placed. But rook f6, I mean, what, just very quickly, if I would have taken...
Yeah, I suspect this is a draw anyway, but it's probably worth a try. Like, one thing I know, which I think could be very useful here, is if black can get his pawn to b3 and his rook defending it laterally along the 3rd rank, the Lucena position will not be winning. So for example, in the event of something like, I don't know what white would play here, king f6, I guess, is most natural. If we go... let's say b5 or yeah, b5, g6. Maybe we're too slow here though. Rook b3 and no, it's too slow. Let's say like, we can't go rook f4 check either. No, maybe I screwed this up. We're too slow here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you have to give rook f4 check immediately.
And if rook f5?
Yeah, rook f5 is the pawn endgame not a draw. I mean, takes king e7, then.
But the king runs to h7, right?
Yeah, but king g6, b5, and then king h7, b4, and I'm queening with a check.
I like what Rajabov is doing. He's gone for rook d5 because I think you could not have played the move king e7, which is very desirable because then you just trade and go rook b5, and there's no way to defend the b7 pawn.
Yeah, that's very nice for sure. But if what we were looking at with Peter was that it seems like the sort of passive defense doesn't work and black should hope to sacrifice his rook and then promote the b pawn, I think pushing the king to the c file, it probably doesn't change much because king on d7, king on c7, they both are probably going to c6 under the right circumstances, but...
Oh my god, for some reason, the engine bar loved white's position after king c7, almost felt like there's a direct line, it shot all the way up, but now it's back and it's just so difficult to understand.
Well, actually, one thing I would like to show, because I'm not sure if move per move it works out, but in general, this is like the typical way of, for example, rook f5, if black is not able to capture, you go rook g4, I go king f7, you go king c6, and now we have this 5th rook, yeah, which stops black king of coming, and often, you know, this, for example, is just elementary winning, because after takes, the black king cannot come, and if you push your pawn, then white will simply attack the pawn and grab it. So in this regard, basically after this b5, g7, black might have to go king b6, king a5, but then he's not able to push and will not be able to shoulder white's king. However, now in the game, black might escape.
Yeah.
And Rajabov down to less than 20 seconds. I mean, he doesn't have time to really think about all these finesses.
Yeah, it's and Wesley is still thinking, right? Looks that way.
Yeah, I mean, a6 queen f1 played in the Magnus game, and actually Magnus did spend a lot of time for queen f1.
Oh, okay. So, well, we don't know who was out of preparation. Well, they got out of preparation at approximately the same time, at least, right?
Yeah.
So, well, we'll see. But this kind of position, I mean, I've never understood these like Roy Lopez Italian structures that well, but to my limited knowledge, it looks pretty unpleasant for black. I guess it depends on some concrete stuff if this knight on d7 is about to land on d3, but like, just feels like knight e4 comes with tempo, knight g3 comes with tempo, grab the bishops and go. I mean, if this bishop on b3 ends up unopposed, I mean, I guess, and once knight e4 comes, bishop g5 will also come with tempo. We'll have to see what Wesley has in mind here.
So to counter this idea, because what you're saying, Sam, is that if white is able to get the h5 bishop, he'll be clearly better because the bishop on b3 is such a monster. Can black, instead of jumping to e5, go with the knight to f6, just trying to stop your idea of knight e4?
That's a very sensible thought, but the knight on f6 will have its own issues. For example, like after knight f6, you could, I think if I played g4, you almost have to sacrifice because if you play knight g6 and then if you play bishop g6 and then I take it and go knight f3 and like get ready for this knight to look at g5 next, I think this is really bad for black. These knights are just not great. Now the sacrifice on g4 may well be unclear, but I think you basically just have to go for it. But yeah, queen g4, knight g2, and white's just a few moves away from winning this game. Bishop d1, knight f3. I mean, it doesn't take that much for black to just lose very quickly. So I don't know. This is still messy. Like queen h5, for example, and knight g4 is coming, and it's not like super clear. But I mean, the point is, I think it's not like an easy solution for black.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, but it's of course very, very difficult even to consider knight f6 because you really feel like you have to try to create something for yourself. Yeah, and this knight d5 targeting the d3 square, but of course everything comes with, depends on move per move line with knight e4. Where, for example, this knight e4, if I play bishop e7, how would it continue?
Maybe bishop g5.
Bishop g5. So okay, let me take
back, and now knight d3 doesn't bother me anymore. And g4 f4 is not that far-fetched, is it?
Yeah, it's really unpleasant. This knight on h4 stops me from playing queen f5, which would be the desired move for black. It's not possible. And then okay, maybe I have to play something like h6.
Sure, and now nothing goofy, right? So we play knight back to e4, and for example, if you play knight d3, I think knight g3 wins.
Yeah, I'm very worried of this. Yeah.
So yeah, so Wesley has played bishop e7 in the original position, which I think you're basically just forcing white to play knight f5, right? I suppose that makes sense because I'm very concerned about this h5 bishop getting taken, and once the knight comes to f5, perhaps black can just, bishop f6 or something, or maybe even bishop, yeah, I don't know. Bishop f6, get ready for bishop g6 next, and it's not that bad for him, but yeah, like for example, here, say we go knight f5, bishop f6, knight e4, and then bishop g6. This might not be so bad for black. Like if you take on f6 and then we take back and all of a sudden black's pieces jump to life, this probably is okay-ish for black, I would think.
Yeah,
White's
also hitting, yeah, suddenly if white knight would move, then black goes bishop d3 and white's queen is trapped. Yeah, just an illustration of, yeah, giving up the dark squared bishop. It might look at the first view like, okay, what is this? But exactly, saving the light squared bishop is now so much more important for black.
So, but yeah, I mean, in that line, like you could of course play knight e7 check instead of knight back to h4, but after knight takes e7 and rook takes e7 and rook fe8 or something, I mean, maybe the development is just enough for black to be hanging in there. Yeah, I mean, this is, I don't know, Peter, you're a resident martial expert. Doesn't this sort of feel like martial?
Yeah, it feels like, but usually those ones that are a bit of a suffering.
All right, so bishop e7, we'll see how white reacts. Meanwhile, I think the other game, Peter, might be ending at any moment because a lot of dramas happen. G7 rook g8, black sacrifices the rook. Is he in time with the pawn and the king?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, with this king on the a file, I mean, finally Rajabov by some different move orders managed to get into this position. Now the white king is just coming and you really need the king on. Yeah, you see Maximilian losing now 2 temp is trying to get his king to c4, but it's just not enough.
And no, we're not in time. Rook g4 check and king d5, and that's that.
And we do have an update. In fact, rook g7 was the only way to win. King g7 would have drawn because white's king would have lost another tempo to come into the game. And as you pointed out, just check. And now he goes, how's the king coming in?
This works too. You go king e5, king e4, and you're just in time. This check on c7 gained a tempo. So here, king e5, b4, king e4, and then b3, rook c7 check. Or here, king e3, b3, rook c7 check.
And then king d2.
Yeah. So, well played by Rajabov.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, okay, there was maybe at one point he could have already forced this exact rook endgame that he was finally there reaching, but okay, with few seconds on the clock, it's very difficult to be super precise, but finally he did manage to use his chance.
Yeah, it's impressive.
And look at this, Wesley goes rook f8 after knight f5 immediately.
Yeah, so this is a little surprising to me because I would think he's not necessarily too unhappy about trading this dark-scored bishop for a knight, but I guess maybe it's just, I thought it was better to play bishop f6 because then he would be, if white wanted to take it, he would have to like be spending a whole bunch of time to take it. Well, now he doesn't really need to, but maybe it's just similar and I'm too critical for no reason. Let's see.
Yeah, also now probably black is threatening to move back the bishop to f8, so probably white should capture the bishop. On the other hand, yeah, giving up this powerful knight.
I don't think so, though. Like, what if we play knight e4? I don't think you're playing bishop f8 and walking into bishop g5.
Yeah, exactly. No, after knight e4, definitely not, yeah.
So here, for example, black would like, but I guess you are in time to play bishop g6 because I take and rook takes, there's no bishop g5 because the e4 knight is hanging. Yeah, here black's going to be okay. If knight g5, there's their bishop d3. Maybe.
Well, in general, yeah, it's also a very solid position because if the knight moves, I might also have some knight c5 jump.
I don't know, actually. How's knight g5 here? I mean, what happens now? If bishop d3, rook e7, I actually think is good for white.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe I just capture and go knight c5.
Yeah, and then, yeah, you're definitely fine here.
Yeah, I'm just in time, yeah.
Too slow, yeah.
Yeah, so very, very direct position. I mean, it's I understand why Magnus is taking his time. He feels, you know, that if he wants to get something out of this game, he has to make sure that he is super precise in the next couple of 2-3 moves, because if he does get a stable advantage, then he knows that, you know, I will be able to play a technical game, but running the risk of eventually not getting an advantage, that's the biggest danger.
Yeah, so Magnus did take everything on e7, which now that I'm thinking about it is probably the best decision because he's ready to play knight e4 and then bishop g5 is coming. So I think this probably was the best decision, but it's, I don't know. Maybe it's a little different in Rapid, but somehow it's just like, I feel like, and of course, obviously, I'm not Magnus's peer, but I feel like if I got this position against Wesley, I would just be like, he'd just be like, yeah, okay, white's slightly better, and you're never going to beat me. I don't know.
I'm still not understanding why is this so good for white. So if black just takes on e4, Peter, this line that you're showing on the board, knight e4 on the board right now, black bishop g6 looks like the kind of move you want to make to hit the knight. After bishop g5, if you just grab the knight on e4, bishop e7, rook e8. How bad is this for black?
I don't know. I don't think bishop f7 is quite working. Queen c4, king e7, and we get away. But, I mean, black's going to be a bit worse here. I don't think it's the end of the world. I think that in a classical game, I think your odds of drawing this are significantly higher than white's chances of winning it, but you are defending. I don't know, Peter, what
Black
would you say?
piece, if you move the bishop away, I think to h4 or something, then there are all these knight c5 ideas.
Say we
bishop
go
still doesn't work.
bishop. So what if we go bishop a3? I mean, it's ugly, but
Then can black go knight e5?
oh, rook e1 and
Bishop d3?
have I lost my queen?
You mean rook d1?
Peter saved me because he misheard me, but no, I blundered my queen. I wish I could have called mouse slip or misspoke, but no, I just blundered my queen. Thank you, Peter.
Even after rook d1, Sam, can't black go queen f5 and just say, I've got my own play?
I mean, okay, but I don't know what, f4 here and g4 is coming. It feels like it should be somehow better for white. f4 if knight g6, g4. If you take on f4, we take everything and rook d7 comes. And I don't know. I mean, it's still messy. It feels like this is the only way for white to try to prove anything. I don't know. Some of these positions can be hard to evaluate. It's like a lot of the times what I'm finding is that when you look at positions with symmetrical structures and one side's a bit more active than the other, it's actually pretty rare that that side is slightly better. They're either much better or it's just draw, like after a couple accurate moves. And you're sort of winning me over that this might be the latter, that black might just be fine here. So.
Yeah, and also Magnus is not taking his time. I mean, clearly he's down to 5 minutes. I mean, he's probably not happy about this, that after bishop g5, yeah, and he goes f3. He goes for the f3 move. Very, very interesting, because the point was in this bishop g5 line, we were very, very happy, but the problem is that, yeah, white kind of has to play this ugly move, bishop a3. You don't want to do that in a rapid game, because you feel like, you know, maybe it works, but you definitely need time to work it out. Magnus goes f3, keeping the tension. Okay, it's kind of not an obvious move, because black has the chance of destroying white's pawn structure and try to sit on the e5 square with some direct knight e5, but I'm assuming Magnus feels that the two bishops and the pressure on f7 and some direct lines might give him the advantage.
Yeah, this actually looks really bad for black, I think, but
how exactly, I mean, how would you kill me here?
Let's start with bishop f4.
Bishop f4, so I have to move the knight.
And then bishop g3, and I play queen f5 against almost any legal move.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a nice trick.
This I would be very concerned about for black. To actually come to think of it, I don't know if queen f5 actually threatens anything.
Yeah, but psychologically it's enough that I know that it's coming, that I already don't know what to do. Yeah.
So I would think this feels pretty dangerous.
Yeah, but otherwise, okay, if I don't take, then f3 is wonderful, because you keep the
You can go knight e5 directly, no, Peter, without giving up the bishop immediately.
But here this allows bishop g5 maybe? And it's actually a bit awkward to defend that knight, because you cannot play queen d7 because of knight c5. I mean, if you have to play rook e8, then this knight on e5 only feels like a target after rook e1. It's not accomplishing anything, and it's sort of getting hit. And here, so.
All right, so
lovely little move f3. I mean, this is the typical Magnus touch.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is why I can't play these positions. I just feel like I watch these guys and they're just so much better at me than me at this kind of thing. I can hang with them in the complex stuff, but these simple ones, very tough.
Sam, you're being very modest. Now, we saw what you did in the preliminaries. I think there were definitely lots of games and moments that you have reasons to be proud about. But tell us about your experience playing in this event, and also the drama of the last round against Hikaru, which you won, and he was knocked out. How was it? Did you have fun playing in this event, and just your overall?
Oh yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, I've never been a great blitz or rapid player. I've always done endless classical exercises. I'm sure, Tanya, you remember some that we've done in Glasgow over the years. I've really trained myself to be the best classical player I can be, and all of my best accolades in chess, like getting up to world's top 20 and whatever, have been in classical. But with this lockdown and no classical tournaments, I think Chess24 has done a fantastic job picking up the slack, and I really put a lot of effort into becoming a better online player, specifically for rapid chess, which I thought showed in some of these earlier rapid events like the ILN Invitational where I like finished first, a clear point ahead of like Dominguez and Ivanchik and Gelfand and them. But this was obviously a new level of challenge. I was a bit bummed to have missed qualifying for the quarterfinals by half a point, particularly on the last day where I was much better, if not winning, against Duda, Grischuk, and Nepomniachtchi, but only managed half a point in each of them. But at the same time, of course, beating Hikaru in the last round wasn't really supposed to happen. I was basically busted that game. So I don't really think I got particularly unlucky. I just was only not quite good enough to qualify by just half a point less. But that was a lot better than I was expecting based on my previous level in online rapid play. It was a lot of fun to play with these guys. I learned a lot. I played some really good, interesting games. I came thinking I'm going to play fighting chess no matter what. I finished, I think, with the most decisive games with 9 out of 15. So I was just really delighted to have gotten to play. As for the drama in the last round, I don't know. I heard that Hikaru was sort of unhappy with the way the game was going, which was understandable. But I don't know. I mean, for me, it was just another game. I felt sort of bad that my last round win took my childhood hero and took him out of the quarterfinals. But, we're chess players. It's our job to fight no matter who we're playing against or what the circumstances are.
Wow, so you're saying that when you were growing up, you were following Hikaru a lot?
Yeah, well, Hikaru is 4 years older than me, which might not seem like that much, but I also started chess very late. Like I played my first tournament like just before I turned 11 or something, or just before I turned 12. I started very, very late by today's standards, and Hikaru was like 4 years older than me. So here I was like, 11 basically at my first tournament. He's 15 and already a grandmaster and on the covers of all the magazines. Of course, he was like an early childhood hero for me. But yeah, no, but there were definitely moments that I look back on in the event with a fair amount of regret. I was pretty bummed the day it ended, but like, for example, I played this game with Wesley and it was just brutal. Like we played 3 days and we're starting at 8 a.m. for me every day. And my alarm clock is going off at 6 a.m. And for whatever reason, the other 2 days, I didn't really feel wildly tired for the first game when I was playing with like Vidit and Vidit and Duda, excuse me. I mean, it was early in the morning, but I didn't like really feel like I was lacking focus or anything. I'd been doing my best to adjust my sleep schedule, but for whatever reason, on day 2, I was just like falling asleep. And I played Wesley, and I literally just dropped a piece in one move. He spent like a minute taking it because he was just confused. In that minute that he spent thinking, I didn't even realize my piece was hanging until he took it. Like it was really rough playing. For whatever reason, it wasn't normally rough in the morning, but that morning was. And that's one game I look back on like, darn, if I hadn't dropped a piece in one move, maybe I'd be in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not just about the morning, the wake-up timing as well, but also, Sam, we've been talking about just how demanding this format is. With 5 games every day in the preliminaries, that must have been hard as well.
Yeah, that part didn't bother me so much. I'm used to playing many hours of chess and working very hard, and I take, physical fitness very seriously. So that part didn't bother me as much, I don't think.
All right, well, let's come back to this game. So he decided to go with knight c6. Wesley moved the knight away, but eventually does trade on e4.
Yeah, so this is sort of like an improved version, I think, of what Peter was talking about, because now Black is able to occupy the e5 square with somewhat less clumsy knights. White has burned a tempo, placing his rook on e1, which is not a great square. If this other knight on d7 had been on g6 instead, I think this bishop g3, queen f5 would be a lot scarier. Well, here, for example, after bishop g3 is played, I would think Black should play rook e8 and then knight f6. And I think his defensive chances are quite a bit higher. But actually, rook e8, queen f5, and not so easy still. Yes, Magnus liked my bishop g3 move. Okay, he did play rook e8, but queen f5 comes, and then what gives?
Does White have a direct threat after queen f5?
Like rook
Question,
d1.
maybe can I somehow get out with my queen d8, queen e7 just to stabilize?
Yeah, maybe. So what happens if we do something like queen d8, rook d1, queen e7, bishop h4? Seems interesting.
Wait, you have to explain that. What happens after queen h4? You take a rook
d7, yeah. It's still not like, still not super clear here, of course, but I mean, this feels like it's gone wrong for Black, actually. Like, I I think I think this is going to win now. Knight d7 and queen f7.
So king
Bishop-
h7, you just take on e8, and queen e1 is just one check. King h2, and everything's fine.
I actually even thought white should have.
Is there though, no? How does it continue after knight f6?
Well, I actually thought white should have taken on f7 with the bishop, but here, yeah, queen e6, for example, and you cannot take e4. If knight e4, queen f5 should be mate. If queen e4, there's bishop c2 at the end.
Oh, that's a nice little trick. So queen e4, you trade the queens, and then bishop c2 wins the knight.
Yeah. So Magnus did play rook d1 to start, which is just strictly a better move order, I think.
Because now queen d8, you just take on e5, and rook e5 is f7 hang. So
Right,
I
but
think
the problem with this move order, though, is knight f6 now, right?
Yeah, that was the move that you promised, kind of. Yeah, that you want to go knight f6. That's why this queen f5 was bothering.
Queen f5 was good prophylaxis, but now that black has gotten the knight to f6, I'm not sure. What if we play queen f5 now, I guess?
Wow, Wesley goes for knight c5. I mean, he wants to play very direct.
So bishop e5, you still have knight b3.
But then bishop g7?
I mean, is there an alternative after bishop e5? You can't really.
Okay, then I might just take on e4 and say that, yeah, it's bad, but how bad it is.
Let's have it on the board and see.
Yeah, but this structure, I think there's some similar structures in some various Nimzo Indians in queen c2, but that's with white having a weak pawn on the queen side. This I actually think is pretty dangerous for black. Like, say we go queen f3, what comes next? I mean, you cannot go queen e8 or queen e6. You will lose the c7 pawn.
But even the b3 pawn hangs, no, in some lines.
But you must block with queen g6 or else you're going to get mated, right? Here, what if I even
queen c7, yeah, rook e2, and you can take on b7, yeah, like this.
Sure, or even after queen g6, what if I take it and go rook d7? I'm definitely winning a pawn there. I mean, I don't know, maybe you will save the rook ending, but this is definitely going to be a pawn up.
Yeah.
Okay, and I have a question that if you don't block with the queen and you go king h7, how are you finishing that off? Rook d8 is your point.
That was my thought. I mean, I can also... But like, I could also, for example, instead of rook d8, what if I take on c7, queen b3, and rook d7? I'm definitely taking pawns, and black's king is in serious trouble.
Yeah,
Yes,
this,
and then rook d7.
Yeah, and Magnus goes for it. Yeah, I mean,
We might
Magnus
be seeing
loves
this.
this.
We might be seeing this happen as we
I,
speak.
I like it when they get to sharp positions. Then when I say moves and predict them, they always actually happen, as opposed to in the quiet ones where I have no clue. But...
All right, so what was it? You were suggesting the move queen f3. It's on the board, Sam, so you're on point with that. Queen g3 is the threat if black defends the rook with the queen. If not, can he just fall back with the rook to e6?
I mean, you could, but say we go queen g3 check, and then...
Thought about rook g6 at that moment. Yeah, it's a
Check
bit
on
unnatural
e5.
with the queen on c8.
And check on e5, and I can also start with queen g4 check when you cannot block with the rook. I can start with rook f1. I mean, rook f1 actually looks incredibly annoying.
Rook e6 is not the kind of move you want to make
Or rook
boxing your own
d4.
queen on c8.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah,
I
basically,
mean,
I feel like, you know, black, good or bad, probably has to rely on this queen e6, queen g6, and some activity, or maybe if I'm getting this very bad rook endgame, then try to claim that thanks to activity, I have some chances to hold. I mean,
Yeah, I
if
think
black
black's-
starts to be passive, it's not going to work for black here.
yeah, I think black's best hope here is to get a rook endgame one pawn down. But yeah, this check is...
But Wesley goes rook e7.
Okay, so rook e7 first, but like, what if I go like rook d4 now? Or, I mean...
So perhaps after rook d4, he could play queen e6 because rook g4 is just a check.
Well, queen e6, say I go queen g3. King h7 maybe?
King h7?
And then, I don't know,
Or
let's
Peter
say...
just wants to take the b7 pawn after queen e6.
Yeah, that's a better move. You're correct.
Yeah, I mean, somehow this rook e7 doesn't feel right to me, because
But
also
queen,
after
queen
rook
e5,
f1,
no, Peter, rook d4, queen e6, queen b7. How are you running away from the checks?
no, I mean, I wanted to go rook f1, basically, that after queen e6, I'm taking on b7. If already rook d4, Sam's move, then clearly we would not take, then we go for attack. I mean,
Well, why can't we take on b7?
Queen e1?
And then I will have queen g2, won't I?
But okay, my nerves are not good enough for all these things. I don't want to weaken myself, and Magnus definitely not gonna do that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think that honestly, after rook e7, I think Magnus is winning this game.
Really? Wow, that's quite a big call to
gonna
take. I mean, you see equal material. I get that the black king is unsafe, but Sam, can you explain that to us a little bit? Because why is it so much better for white?
I think that white is objectively a bit better, and practically it's an absolute nightmare. Black has no counterplay, just has to defend against threats for moves and moves and moves and moves. And even with 1 minute against 4, I would still think white is the one with more time, because his moves are just going to be so much easier. So Magnus has played my rook d4 move. And I mean,
what's the line after queen e6 exactly then? How?
The queen e6, there's a few ways we can handle this. I mean, I'm just trying to think of which one I like the best. I kind of should be a little careful not to trade queens. I was thinking we could start with queen g3 check and then king h7, king h2 to get out of the checks and meet queen e5 with trade and rook d7 to reach a rook endgame 1
Slow
pawn
down,
up.
Sam, slow down.
Sorry.
All right, so this position, and then you end up winning a pawn.
Yeah.
But can black do something else? Let's just back up a little bit.
Sure. So queen e6
on
is
the board,
on
we
the
might be seeing this.
Rook
So
d7
Magnus
runs
started
into
with-
queen d3 check, lovely.
Magnus started with rook g4 check, so, and then queen d3 check, f5. This I don't love. This lets black's rook get to g7. Maybe he just wants rook f4 and g4.
Oh wow, rook f4 and g4. That's and he's going for it. He's played rook f4.
Yeah, I don't know. This rook g4 queen d3 really feels wrong to me. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's not, but
Yeah, it doesn't feel right. I mean, somehow it loses the momentum, gives black also all this kind of activity with the queen trade. Even some rook endgame with pawn done can actually be quite a good drawing chance. Even maybe not so easy to get to a pawn up rook endgame.
okay. But let's say white plays king h2 here, and just to make a move, is it? I don't know, but this is the kind of thing. Like, what's sure? And then my thought was queen f2 and g3 is coming, but even instead of queen e5, black could have taken on b3 and stuck his rook on g7 when I don't think you're going to mate him anymore. I mean, I didn't like allowing f5.
Sam, in the position that we do have on the board, you were mentioning the idea of g4. Can you tell us why white did not play g4 before king h1? Is it all the checks on e1 and then queen e2?
I think he must have just been worried about queen e1 check or something. But here, once black's queen centralizes on e4, I mean, at this point, I think black has really survived the worst of it. I mean, white is still pushing, but I think that Magnus really let it slip. Rook g4, queen d3 feels very wrong to me.
Yeah, it's a terrible miss, because now in fact it's very difficult for him to get his dream construction. Yeah, now he's trying to activate the queen, but this already doesn't feel like, so harmonious.
I think he's just trying to gain time on the clock. But wait, now what happens after queen d7?
Rook e7, rook f4,
Queen c,
what?
Queen c8.
Queen c8, yeah.
I think Magnus was just trying to gain time on the clock. I don't know. Queen e6 here, though. I mean, queen sits on e6, no checks ever. I mean, yeah, I think Wesley has survived the worst of it. I really dislike this rook g4, queen d3.
And look at this, Magnus is, because it happens so fast, we even missed out on many moves after queen d8, rook e8, queen d3 back, rook e7, queen d2 played. I mean, Magnus doesn't really seem to know what he's doing.
I think he's just trying to gain time on the clock, but... Okay, queen f2. Is he ready for g4 next? Not anymore. Now b7's defended. All right. I still think Magnus may have chances to make something happen here, but it really feels like he let it slip.
Yeah, look at this position. That now that white has rook on d1, and he had a queen on f3 when we started this position before rook d4. I mean, it was this position. White only basically improved with b4 and king h1, while black got all like at least 5 tempies, and we were claiming that exactly black's big problem is that the queen is not coming to the game. b7 pawn is hanging, and all of a sudden we have almost the same position with black getting everything that he dreamed of.
Yeah, the only thing is we have provoked him into playing f5 and now f4, which I guess you could hope could be a weak pawn later, but I just don't see it. I mean,
what, even allowing queen e3? Magnus allows queen e3, the endgame. What is this?
Well, if queen e3, can we not take it? And then how does black take back?
Okay, f takes e3, for example.
So I give a check and play king f1, and now it rook f7.
But then rook f7 check and rook f2.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're going to save that for sure. In fact, you might win it.
Yeah, very hard to imagine. I mean, what is this? I mean, it doesn't look like a winning attempt.
Yeah.
After queen e, he's gone queen e2. I was wondering after queen e3 if I could go king f1.
Yeah, king f1, rook d4, moves like these make a lot of sense, I think. But well, queen e2 though, I mean, I don't know. It feels like you're asking for trouble. Wait, what happens after h4 check here?
King h5.
Queen takes f4?
Yeah.
And then it's just well, you will play queen e1, queen h4, rook h6, and well, you probably hold that. Your rook gets to e2 at the end.
Yeah, but probably it's not what he wants. No, what does he want?
All right, so what is happening after king f5 and king g4 as well? Why are we eliminating these moves?
Well, I thought we could just take h6, but maybe it's not a big deal. Yeah, it's probably no problem. Black can play queen e1 check or something, or
queen e1, you have to trade?
Yeah, I mean, you can try queen f1, but
this looks crazy.
I mean, king g3, like.
Or even, or also rook e2, yeah, basically just forcing the trade anyway.
So you force the trade, king f2, and you go rook b1.
And yeah, you're definitely not going to lose that position.
Yeah.
So now it's.
And after h4, king h5, he decides to go rook d2, so not taking the chance with h4.
Black's definitely going to save this rook endgame now. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine white winning this. Like, you put the king on f5 and play h5 and...
Rook b1 now?
This I'm a little less convinced by, but I still think is probably a pretty routine draw.
Why do you say that? After king f5, what are the dangers that could be possible?
Rook d7 at some inopportune moments. I mean, it feels like this king on f3 is kind of nice. I would have liked to have been able to play rook e3 check, but I mean, this should be a draw, yeah?
Yeah, feels very, very drawish.
Yeah, I think Magnus will be mad at himself for this one.
Yeah, because actually this is a very, very important game. Yeah, if Wesley holds this, then first of all, with the white pieces, he will have the chance of, you know, eventually winning the match outright if he wins. But anyway, it will be an immense pressure on Magnus, not exactly knowing if he should start gambling from the black side or will he try to rely on his white game. It's going to be a very tough call.
Yeah, they've made a draw here. Yeah.
Wow. What a save. And what a miss by Magnus, actually.
Yeah,
that really did look like a position which you expect Magnus to be able to convert without too much difficulty. Sam, you mentioned as well, even in that queen rook versus queen rook, that you were expecting Magnus to do it. Can you point out the exact situation where it actually just fizzled out?
I think rook g4, queen d3 was wrong. I mean, look, maybe the computers will just laugh at us. First of all, I think this rook d4 move that I recommended, I believe Peter's rook f1 was significantly stronger. This looks like horrible news for black. Like, how do we stop queen f6 and save the b7 pawn? I think white's winning a pawn on the spot, basically. I mean, maybe you can play king g8, but it looks really bad. Like here, queen h5 or something. I don't know. Queen h5, queen e6, rook f4, rook f3. This feels like it could have been better, but even after rook d4, as Magnus played, queen e6, this rook g4 check, queen d3 check feels totally wrong to me. I think letting black get f5 like that, it basically means that his rook on e7 is now defending his king reasonably well, while the rook on e7 was not doing that helpful before. Instead of rook g4, it's not easy to find like a clean-cut better move, but like let's say you started with queen g3 check, and then I said like king h2 or b4 or something. I mean, it feels like this was the way just to make a move. If black plays queen e5, you will get a rook endgame with a pawn less. Maybe he will save it, but you can certainly push. But what else is black going to do? I mean, rook d8 could be coming at any moment. Maybe you just play f5 anyway, but I'm sure the computer will just laugh.
All right, so with that, it looked like Magnus did create some chances, but some inaccuracies there means that game 2 ended in a draw, and Magnus still trails Wesley So in this final set of the Opera Euro Rapid. Magnus has to win at least one game to force a playoff. The next game, Wesley will play with the white pieces. Now, Sam, we've been seeing Wesley play out a lot of his own courses, and I know that you have also taken out some amazing courses for Chessable. Your current one, a very extensive one with white d4. The one thing that's been amazing us is just how all of you, all these best players in the world, are taking out all these prep courses and then using them against each other. It just shows the quality of the material that you're putting out there.
Well, I actually thought about this a bit before I started this project. Is once I have done these courses, should I be playing these openings or not? And what I concluded was actually you should play them sometimes. Because if you play them all the time, people will buy your course, they know what's coming, and they will be able to poke holes in whatever you've done. But if you never play them, they're just never going to bother. It's much better to play them now and then. This will force them to buy your course, which is already nice enough. But additionally, it will force them to burn their preparation time looking at your analysis, things that you've recommended there, making sure they're ready for that. But that might not actually be coming. So even in line, if you play your analysis now and then, even if it's not wildly common, you're going to tax your opponent's preparation time, which I think is a very valuable tool. So, like for me, I played my course in a lot of the games in this tournament. It's like my first one that did it, I just like played my course until white was a bit better and then won. But there were others, like for example, against Aronian, Dominguez, and Maxime, I played my course to a point and then deviated like way deep into the course, like where I gave a move that I didn't actually recommend, but for the most part I kept with it. You want to be flexible about whether you play the course or not. But yeah, it's especially like it's much more playable in these rapid games where you're playing 5 games in a day. I mean, if somebody decided, hey, if I was just going to play my course every game and somebody's like, you know what, Sam's playing his course every game, I'm going to prepare like hell and just beat him. Fine, they're not going to beat anybody else when they're not preparing for them. It's much easier to do in rapid chess. I'll be interested to see if people still do it when classical returns.
That's an interesting point. Well, so far Wesley has been doing it in his final with some great results. All right, we still have action in this game. Another rook pawn ending. What is our call on this? We see Rajas again got an extra pawn.
I think.
Well, and look at the time situation. I mean, it tells everything. Maxim is up on the clock with 17.5 minutes. I mean, he's just playing the whole game on the lightning speed. However, it's Rajabov who is better, and has the winning chances. It somehow shows to me that Maxim is mentally not fresh, or he is a little bit careless. I don't know. I mean, it usually shouldn't be the way how you are treating your games.
Yeah, I think black should just win this, actually, shouldn't he? King h7, we go rook to f4, rook to b4, rook to g5, and okay, well, he didn't let me do that plan, but say we go rook f6 here after rook c4. Okay, black played b5, but
he goes b5, yeah.
I actually don't like that decision. I would have gone for rook f6 and try to get this rook to b6, but
yeah, this one actually now feels really drawish. Yeah, the too many pawns are exchanged.
Yeah, b5 felt like a strange decision to me. This feels much more natural. Get this rook to b6.
In fact, they are just forcing a draw.
Okay, well, I don't know. I guess Raja's saying, hey, like I've no problems with the black pieces.
What? King G5, King F5, game over.
Seriously?
What am I doing?
Seriously?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Maxime must be very off form, I guess. I mean, you'd
Yeah,
never
I think he
expect this.
just doesn't care. You just get the feeling that he doesn't care at all. I mean, 17 minutes on his clock and losing like this is just absolutely shocking. I have to say, Sam, this just feels like he just wants the tournament to be over. And with that, I think Peter Rajabov actually has won the match because he won set 1 and he's on 2 points.
Oh, wow. Yeah, really. It's over. I mean, and it's a shocking way of, finishing the game like this because, I mean, the only reason why he blitzed out everything because he just felt like, okay, game is over and game should have been over after King F4. The players would have shaken. I mean, basically, they would have just blitzed all the way till the stalemate. Yeah, just for the audience who might not be familiar with this. I mean, we would have seen all these things happen. I mean, that's the typical way of
elementary stuff. Unbelievable.
And stalemate, that's what the players were basically expecting. And then suddenly Maxime takes on G5, allows King G5, and after King F3, King F5, black takes the opposition, King F2, King F2.
Could this have been a mass slip?
Very possible, no?
I mean, I don't know if there's some setting where, like, if you touch a piece and it only has one legal move, it makes it automatically. If he's trying to touch the king on G3, accidentally touches the rook on G4, even if it only has one legal move, it might just make that move automatically rather than forcing you to actually pick up the rook and place it on the G5 square. I don't know, but...
Wow, no idea how that happened. I think there has to be an explanation because very hard to imagine Maxime falling for this. Unfortunately, we have to say bye to Sam here. Sam, you're going to be leaving us now.
It was lovely to see you, Tanya and Peter. It was fun joining the broadcast briefly. And it was great insights. Good to see the both of you. And this was fun.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on your amazing performance in the preliminaries. I know disappointing to not qualify, but you gave us so much entertainment and great games. And Sam, before you leave, I have to ask you, currently Magnus is trailing Wesley. You've said it yourself that despite him struggling with his form, he finds himself at the top, he finds himself in the final. Before going, what's your prediction for this final?
I'm going to guess Wesley wins. My guess was Magnus wins the match before Game 3 started, and then during Game 3 I thought so as well. But now at this point, with half a point less and with 2 games left, and I think Wesley is the favorite at this point. But you'd be incredibly foolish to count out Magnus at any moment.
I couldn't agree more. You just can never write off the world champion. Thank you so much, Sam, for your amazing insights today. And we hope to see you soon back on the tour and maybe on the commentary broadcast as well.
Yeah, my pleasure. It's good to be here. That extra half point is still haunting me, but maybe next time.
All the best.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sam. Bye.
Right.
Peter, what a crazy round that was. I mean, I have to say what happened in the Magnus game, it looked like he was on course to get that much needed win, and then suddenly Wesley does Wesley things by finding out the precise defense. And while Sam had to leave us, I do know that we have another guest joining us. Let's see if he is ready to come on, and I see that he is. Hari, can you hear us?
Yes, I do. I can hear you. And what about you guys?
We can hear you absolutely fine. Peter, we've got Grandmaster Hari Krishna with us. We had him last time as well. It's such a pleasure to have you with us, Hari. Give us your thoughts on the action we've seen so far in the finals.
Thank you, and hello, Peter, and hello, Tanya. It's great to see you guys comment, with the same energy from the first day. First of all, a very happy Valentine's Day to each one of you who is watching, playing, and everyone involved with this tournament. And I forgot your question.
That's fine. That's fine. It doesn't matter at all. We actually forgot that it's Valentine's Day with all the action and absolutely no love on the chessboard. I think Peter and I completely forgot about that.
And you need to ask the chat to go with the red hearts, to spam a bit.
All right, chat, you heard it there. Grandmaster Pentala Hari Krishna asking you to spam the chat with red heart. I never thought I'll see that day, Hari, when you will have that request from
No,
our
but
chat.
for everyone who is working and playing in on this day, and watching especially, so everyone involved in this tournament. So that's a nice, nice gesture, I believe.
I could not agree more with that. You're definitely bringing in the much needed love today, Hari, because it's been just a complete battle throughout this entire Opera Euro Rapid. And when you caught on, before we started talking about the 14th of Feb, I was asking you about what you thought of the final that we witnessed so far. Wesley winning this first game, and then it looked like Magnus got what he wanted out of game 2, but then failing to convert it.
I think in the first game, this bishop h4 move was pretty strange to me. I think Magnus thought his position was really bad or something happened, and he went for this dubious piece sacrifice, which, I guess he understood that it's not going to work anyways. So I have no idea why he took bishop h4. For me, this was shocking, and I never thought, he would go for such a move. But okay, it happens. And in the second game, I thought he had chances. With all this a lot of tactics, but this rook f1. I was listening to the commentary, and rook f1 is a nice miss. I think it was probably move number. So let me check it. I think it's instead of. I forgot. Okay, one of these move rook f1. So he could go for.
You mean instead of rook d4, right?
Yes, exactly. So someone pointed in the commentary. Instead of rook d4, rook f1 could put some pressure. Because queen f6, queen h8 is a threat, and queen e6, probably queen b7 is hanging, so he can't move the queen. And I do not know what is the move here for black. So maybe something like if king g8, maybe king g8. Yeah, I am not sure. But still, it's so difficult to play this position from black side. But after rook d4, I think black kind of survived. I thought this game Magnus would have won. It's slow and some rook endgame, and we also saw 2 rook endgames in the game of Maxim versus Timur game. No, this is I think I saw this Maxim losing this last game.
How do you explain that, Hari? Because this just left us completely shocked.
He wanted to finish the. It's possible to miss. I think I don't think there is this smart move where you click on the on certain piece and it automatically does the only possible move. So unless something like that happened, you click on the rook, and rook g5 is the only legal move after that. But that I don't know if that is the case. But rook g5, king g5 to allow this is very, very. I have nothing. I have no words to explain this.
And he had about 16 minutes on his clock. He almost got the feeling that he just wanted this to be over, because clearly there's just no way that a player of Maxim's level would ever even make this move. At any moment in his life. This is just something
even if he had like few seconds on his clock, he would never make such a move, in my opinion. He's great bullet player, not just blitz player. So I just have no words explaining why he took rook g5. I think he just wanted to finish the event.
And here, as Peter pointed out, king f4 was the elementary move to make. You simply don't give your opponent the opposition, and that would have ended in a draw. But with this, Temur Rajabov takes 3rd place, as he did win set 1. We do have action. Hari, Peter, we see something that we saw on day 1 of the final. The Italian, one more time.
Yeah, exactly. I have been talking about this before the day started, that I believe that Wesley will not try to play these sharp lines. I mean, it's clear that Magnus is kind of provoking him now. He has his own ideas there, and Wesley plays the traditional Italian.
And Hari, don't kill me for this, but because you asked the chat to spam hearts, everyone wants to know, what are your Valentine's Day plans?
Well, we we had a nice Indian lunch prepared together, and me preparing together is already quite an achievement. But it's quite day, and of course I am here, commenting for the games. So let's talk about the games, and we will talk about the Valentine's Day celebrations.
All right,
later
there
on.
you heard it, chat. Okay, let's get back to the chess action.
Sure.
Yeah, so Magnus is playing the most sharp and most critical line with a5 and short castle. I think also one of the lines that Hari himself likes to use. Black is now also not losing the tempo on h6, and we do see that after white committed the knight to d2, it was basically a very good idea from black side. It's clear that Wesley was not in the mood of getting into all these jungles after bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5. Those are the type of positions that exactly Magnus needs to create all the big mess on the board. So Wesley is using the much more traditional way of knight bd2, but this case at least black made sure that he did not lose the tempo for h6. Magnus goes bishop a7.
This move is a bit strange to Magnus likes this bishop a7, knight e7, knight g6 setup against almost anything, and then he wants to play c6 b5. We also saw Wesley again, was it Wesley against Magnus in the last, maybe it was Skilling Open. We saw some crazy game in Italian also back then. I mean, we were commenting together. So I remember something like this we saw. I mean, then also Peter asked me how do you play against that setup, and then we got the same one right now. So it was really cool.
Knight f1 now, Magnus goes for bishop e6. I mean, this slightly surprises me, this bishop e6 move, but is this the setup that Hikaru is playing? I mean, I do recall him, but is he doing it with bishop b6 or bishop a7? I'm suddenly slightly confused. Yeah, white goes bishop b5, knight e7. Yeah, this very much reminds me of Hikaru's line.
Yeah. So there was also a game against Anish, right? When it was d4, h6, d5, knight g4 or something. I mean, it didn't come from this move order probably. It was Anish against Magnus, one of the two. I already don't recall, so many games have been played in this particular setup.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, now d4, c6 played. White will put the bishop probably back to a4 and to c2, or does he go bishop d3 immediately? Yeah, that's a good point.
Hari, do you think Magnus is going to try and push with the black pieces, take his chances, keep the game going, or will he employ Wesley's approach from yesterday where he'll just say that I'm okay with not taking too much risk and then throwing everything I've got with the white pieces in game 4?
I think he will play solid from black side, because if he risks too much and he loses, the match is over. And we have seen several times Magnus being practical and keeping the chance not just on one mistake or one game. I mean, we have seen in the World Championship matches and many other places where he would just take a draw and then fight it out in the tie break. So of course, he's not going to exchange everything and make a draw, but he's also not going to play bishop h4 in this game. So we are going to see a long game, I hope. I mean, but of course, so Wesley is so solid, and you can't really provoke him. I mean, he's really and he doesn't make any weak moves in general.
It's very hard to find exactly where the chink in Wesley's armor is. I mean, this is something that I think even Magnus has spoken about, just how solid he is, pragmatic he is. There's no apparent weakness in Wesley's style of play. And also we've seen very often when a player is positional or strategic, we tend to find them struggling a little bit, maybe in complex, complicated positions. But even in that, Wesley seems to be on his A game.
No, actually, Wesley is very good at complex positions. You know, I mean, I was playing many games against him when we were playing the Asian Championships and the Asian Games and other tournaments. He was pretty good at the complications and dynamic positions. Of course, once he reached, top 10, top 5, and world number 2. He plays positional chess, but if you give him if you push him to play complicated positions, he's very good, and I don't think he's afraid of going for these complicated battles. It's just that he wins so many games effortlessly. You feel that he wants to. he's not so good at complications, but actually he's pretty good.
And I think the opening that we have in front of us, it's quite rich because not a single pawn or a single piece has been traded so far. We see these white central pawns. White has got some space, but the one thing that comes to my mind is, can Black actually try, because he's made this move knight g6. Does Black want to jump into f4 with knight h5, knight f4? Because I see that knight h5, knight e5, I don't think it really works for White. It doesn't feel like it should work for White. You can just maybe take knight takes e5, d5, d5, the bishop on d3 is hanging. Is knight h5 something that Magnus could be thinking about here?
I think, okay, Peter, you can go ahead.
Well, I mean, okay, this knight h5 business is there, but it somehow feels very, very artificial now that Black is not yet having the pawn on h6. But look at this, Magnus listens to Tanya and goes for knight h5 because after all, the game deserves
I am the last person on this broadcast Magnus should be listening to, Peter.
No, but I mean, right now you called it. I mean, the point is that just the traditional way of, playing with the black pieces h6 that would give White the move knight g3, and after knight g3, White is perfectly safe. I mean, then Black never has any counterplay, and White continues with bishop e3, slowly with queen d2, and it's a very easy play from the White side. And I think that what Magnus doesn't want to give White in this game is easy play, and in this regard, knight h5 was kind of almost the last chance for this exit of trying to create some complications. Objectively speaking, I'm not sure that this is the best move, but practically speaking, it's perfectly understandable from Magnus' side.
Yeah.
I just see an f4 square and I want to get my knight over there. Hari, what do you think about moves like knight e5? That's always something very scary when knight h5 is on the board, but I don't feel that it should work because it feels the bishop on d3 might be loose in some lines. But can we just take a look at the exact precise variation that might follow if White goes knight e5?
So after knight e5, I was briefly thinking like Black could even take with the knight. I mean, both d takes e5 and knight takes e5 are possibilities. So after d takes e5, queen h5, so something like e takes d4 to play c4 in order to close the activation of the bishop on a7, and then go f4, I don't know, f4 e5 or f4 f5. Can be quite dangerous. Unless I am missing some tactic, and also Black can think of playing knight takes e5. This is quite pleasant, I believe. And after knight takes e5, d takes e5, queen h4. Also d takes e5 is possible, of course. Queen h5, queen d3 is an option. But I also, I mean, probably queen h4 and then d takes e5 maybe is an option too here.
All right, so for all those reasons, knight e5, a typical tactic when Black goes knight h5 doesn't work. Wesley decides to consolidate the center, continues with development with bishop to e3.
Yeah, bishop e3 is kind of a very typical way of reacting against all this knight h5, but here the point is that it would be so nice for White to get his bishop back to f1. However, now if Black puts the knight on kind of f4 and you are forced to go bishop c2, then you will immediately see also why Magnus was kind of attracted to this, that knight hf4 on the board. I mean, the bishop has to go to c2, and maybe there are all kinds of attacking possibilities for Black, but I mean, White only needs some knight g3 move. One can argue that maybe even some queen c8 threatening bishop takes h3 is kind of an idea. Very, very rich position.
Yeah, but I do think that Wesley would just take d takes e5, queen d8, and bishop. I mean, some kind of exchange. You know, if black does not move the queen immediately, and I do not know if queen c8 is what Magnus would go for. I mean, it looks nice, but on the other hand, there is knight g5.
Exactly.
So I would like to have h6 and queen c8 together. So then I can, threaten to take on h3, bishop h3. I mean,
Hari wants everything. He wants queen c8, h6. He wants bishop h3, gh3, queen h3, queen g2 mate.
Okay, don't you want that as well? If you
I
are
think
playing
Magnus
black.
wants as well. No, that's what he's dreaming of.
In the spirit of 14th of Feb.
Yeah, but this is the point. Yeah, what Hari mentioned, that now if black goes h6, then definitely, I mean, in this match situation, white can simply take d takes e5, and then he's perfectly safe. Besides, even some tactical possibilities are there. I'm not even sure that black is even happy that this d takes e5 could happen. And another move would be some queen f6, just to make sure that knight g5 is stopped and the queen trade is eliminated.
I can tell a nice trick with after queen f6, knight g3, a typical let's make king h8. It doesn't matter. It's just a random move. I was taught in my childhood knight h5, and bishop g5.
This is so nice. This is so.
Of course, this is not going to happen, but this is a nice trick.
It's a very nice trick, actually. And the point is that after knight h5, if you fall back with the queen, then you
then you just take f4, and then you will have e5 and a nice position, with the strong center. So, yeah, something like e5. Yeah.
Very nice. Queen c8 played on the board. So after queen c8, the line that you were looking at now, all these threats with bishop h3, Peter, you were pointing out, knight g5 feels like the kind of reaction, Hari, you mentioned it. Does black want to fall back with the bishop after knight g5, or does he want to go h6 and open the f file?
So let's see if it is possible to. I'm not sure if he can take it. I mean, it's maybe too much. Yeah.
Take on h3.
Yeah.
Wow, after taking on h4 and that not working out well, I think it's just going to be very hard to take on h3, even if you.
Yeah. Let's go back. I think it's too much. It's too much. Let's go back.
Yeah, bishop d7, right?
Yeah, bishop d7.
Yeah, let's keep the tension. Basically, also I think that in Magnus's case, keeping as much tension as possible is desired.
Is bishop d7 played or?
No, not yet. Knight g5 is not yet played.
Okay.
Queen c8 on the board.
Queen c8, okay.
The big question is, it's nice that knight g5 is played, but after bishop d7, the big question is, how do you keep the game going? Because black is threatening to play h6, and you might be forced to retreat with the knight, and then again the same issues might come.
Yeah, yes, of course.
I mean, okay, white can always try to take some d5 and then clarify the situation, because before that, without that bishop, without the dark square bishop, those ideas shouldn't really work on the king side. But okay, it's definitely not a move white really wants to play.
Yeah.
Queen c8. So Hari, you want to take white or black? I mean, we can fight it out.
So what, you want to take black side or white side?
No, it's up to you. You are the guest. You can choose whatever color you want.
I would take white side.
All right. Okay. So I'm Magnus. I'm going queen c8.
Okay.
And Tanya can support both of us, basically.
No, Tanya would support me.
Oh no, this is not fair.
I would be biased towards Hari. He is my country-mate, but Hari, I've been spending too much time with Peter. It's very hard to choose right now.
Okay, you are going to get diplomatic off here.
When I start getting diplomatic, you know how much time I've spent with Peter.
Okay.
Exactly. But now I would love to hear from Hari. What is his move? Is he now that, it's not at stake? Will he still dare to go knight g5 or not?
it's easy to provoke me, it's not so easy to provoke Wesley. That's why I have to think like Wesley on how he would keep the position under control. Otherwise, I would have played knight g5 long back. Yeah.
Yeah, but exactly, that's my point. Now that you are in the shoes of Wesley, then how would you try to, not make a commit to a position and still find some safe way of continuing?
Yes. Yeah. That's. I think I have to play knight g5 actually. I mean, bishop h3 is looks dangerous to me at least.
Yeah, I mean, the big question is also that, how big bishop h3 is a threat, but definitely it's something that worries a lot. Takes, queen takes, then bishop takes f4, knight takes f4, knight.
Yeah, maybe we can just have a non-move and just show these ideas how dangerous they are. Let's just make a move like a4 and then, you were saying?
Yeah, then for example, the sacrifice takes, and then takes on f4. This is all obligatory because white needs to defend the g2 pawn with knight e3, and then if some rook comes on the sixth rank, then it's gonna be checkmate. But I might have some knight g5 ideas.
Yeah.
So still not clear. Still not clear, but very scary to allow. I mean, it is terrifying to allow bishop h3.
Yeah, the issue is I want to get my knight to g3 and knight to f5. Actually, this would be great. But the issue is as soon as white plays knight g3, black is going to take on h3.
And now there's just no way to defend the g2 mate.
Yeah, exactly. So if my bishop was on d3, I could bring it back to f1. But with the bishop on c2, it's just mate. Well, not mate, but it's lost.
Yeah, and look at this now. Also, Wesley suddenly shows some concern. Yeah, he hasn't moved for 4 minutes already, at least. Queen c8 is a move that is very, very unpleasant because white wants to play this knight g3, but white cannot play the move knight g3. And without knight g3, there are no logical, natural moves in the position. One of the questions, if already we are talking about stability, that does white have the right to just take d takes e5 and try to claim that the sacrifice don't work, but after d5 it does feel like it should work now.
So scary.
Yeah.
Because if you take gh3, queen h3, bishop f4, knight f4, there's no knight e3 either. Queen g2 just looks like it's a threat that cannot be countered. And Peter, can we take a look at if after bishop h3 you get greedy and try and take the bishop on a7, then maybe just even bishop g2 comes to mind, no?
Peter, I think we have a move.
Yeah, bishop b3. Yeah, I mean, Wesley is provoking bishop takes h3. We have been debating that is that a threat or not. In this regard, bishop b3 is kind of justified, but very, very scary move. I mean, is it sure that there are no threats?
Peter, you mentioned that it's justified. Is that also because after this bishop h3 line that you mentioned, we were talking about ways in which, let's just have that position on the board, bishop h3, gh3, queen h3, bishop f4, knight f4, knight e3. The move bishop e3 also makes sure that black doesn't have stuff like f5. It also controls rook e8, rook e6 ideas.
I mean, if you want, you can always play a4. Like, I mean, this pawn is not important, but still, I think bishop h3 is too soon. Maybe some intermezzo is possible somehow here.
But I mean, look at this. The engine bar is really concerned about white's position after bishop b3.
Actually, quite often the engine bar gives like advantage, but after some moves, I think in this Italian somehow it changes. But okay, here white can get checkmated. I would be really scared to play such a position from white side, and to play bishop b3 is, it's really.
I have to ask you, Hari, with the white pieces, you don't expect so much trouble so early on in the game. What went so drastically wrong that black has got this dream position where he's already looking for sacrifices to checkmate white? What was the
somehow this knight could not reach to g3. I think this was the main problem for white. Normally white's knight is already on. So let's say instead of h3, probably he should have played knight g3. Okay, we have a move.
Yeah, ED4 played by Magnus. I mean, at least, what does it mean? After bishop takes e6, you have to capture, or do you have this crazy queen sacrifice, d takes e6? It shouldn't really work. So,
I mean, I think Wesley is going to take c takes d4, but okay, bishop e6.
Yeah, of course. No, I'm also wanting to play CD4, but then you have this D5 option,
D5, yeah, D5.
And after D5, E5 already all these sacrifices with this lockdown bishop. No, and Wesley goes knight takes D4 just to make sure that he's controlling the sacrifices.
So it's this time if white-black goes for it, you simply have queen f3, at the end.
Sure. And if I take bishop d4, what are you going to do? Are you going to take with...
But I also have maybe bishop takes e6 if I'm very worried, no?
Peter, you're killing us.
I mean, okay, I'm just in Wesley's shoes, you know that after bishop takes d4...
No, you're in Magnus' shoes.
Okay, but I mean, you told me bishop takes d4. I mean, you already switched to the next camp.
Fair enough. So bishop e6, I have fe6 probably after bishop d4, bishop e6, fe6, and sometimes knight g2 could be an option. Oh, but I closed my... Okay, I mean, I should probably play e5 before doing all these knight g2 tricks.
Wow, actually, guys, breaking news from Sotiris. Sotiris tells us that according to computer, after bishop b3, bishop takes h3 move was possible, and after takes...
a4.
A4, yeah, I mean, but this is the very, very difficult move to find. This A4 is incredible move, not rushing, taking the h3 pawn. Now, if white takes the pawn or falls back with the bishop, then black already goes for queen takes h3, and apparently this is just very, very bad. And after bishop c4, black has d5.
Peter, I am going to stop because after bishop a4, you said it's very, very bad, and you have to explain that a little bit more, maybe, because what is the difference again in these lines compared to what we were seeing? Queen h3, bishop f4 has to be taken, knight f4, knight e3. What's the big difference with giving this a4 pawn and provoking white's bishop on a4?
I think we should ask Sotiris again.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, remember we talked about this, that the bishop on b3 stops any kind of f5 things. I mean, I could easily be seeing something, you know, that something happens.
And we do have confirmation. You're absolutely right. That is the point, that f5 is now possible. Knight f5 doesn't happen. Ef5 is met by rook f6 or rook f5. And once the rook comes into the game, it's just game over for white.
Yeah, still, I think humanly we would ask the question after f5, knight g5, how bad is this?
Queen h4 and knight h3, I think this should be the way. Knight h3, knight h3, king g2, queen f2. And king h3, and somehow it should be made. I still cannot find it, but it should be made.
Wow, amazing lines. All right, so a4. How is somebody supposed to find a4?
If you are commenting, you can find, because we are not losing anything.
Also, we have Sotiris.
Now, a4 is very difficult move, we can ask. Okay. So anyway, we can go
actually just one little remark. By the way, actually Magnus did make the move, Harry's move, bishop takes d4, so we will be seeing if Wesley continues in my shoes with bishop takes e6 or he plays something else. But one very important moment regarding this bishop takes h3, g takes h3, why it is so important for black to play a4 now. If black first captures on h3, and I think this is like the human brain is working, like you go along the fourth line, takes knight e3, and then you see that, of course, Magnus definitely has seen a4, but then white plays bishop c4, and the white bishop comes back to f1, and then you say, of course, that's the reason why the sacrifice doesn't work, yeah? It kind of discourages you, but that you take, what? And Wesley goes queen takes h3.
But bishop h3 or...
And then
but wait, knight
g2 wins.
Knight g2.
What?
Knight g2, bishop h3 or knight h4, everything is coming.
Well, actually, I thought, you know, like takes, queen h3 and bishop takes f4, I have knight h4. threatening checkmate and knight f3 checkmate.
But maybe he would go bishop f4 before g takes h3. So he forces you to take on f4. Maybe that's why it doesn't work. Or maybe it's winning too. I don't know.
Bishop h3 and bishop f4.
Bishop
here.
f4 first, knight f4. Maybe now g takes h3.
Ah, like this, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, otherwise knight h4 and you are checkmating, yeah, on f3.
Yeah.
All right, this is a shocker, Peter. We've got to slow down because even the line you showed before this is just so. Can we just see that one more time? And
yeah, I think that we might be seeing this. I mean, but also Harry mentioned knight g2, which might win on the spot because thanks to bishop takes f4, at least after takes on h3, it's complicated. But knight takes g2 might just finish the game. King takes h2.
Knight h4. Or, no, sorry, bishop h3. Sorry, bishop h3. Bishop h3.
Yeah, bishop h3. I saw that.
Yeah.
Okay, so king g3,
I have to go
king g4, king h2.
And now I have to find, okay, queen g4.
Knight g3 has to be played.
Queen h4 is the move or not? Yeah, queen h4. Queen h4, bishop g5. Oh, it's not winning. No, this is not.
We do have some confirmation that your idea is just the other way around. Instead of queen g4, knight h4, Hari, the other move that you were mentioning is very strong.
And then bishop g2 comes.
Oh.
Queen d1, bishop g2 probably, and then queen h6 checkmate.
But this is not. I mean, it's possible, but not easy.
Yeah, because also queen d1, I was thinking after knight h4, even bishop d1, bringing the bishop or the queen back into defense with this bishop g2 is just such a nice tactical motive queen and no h3. Defense against queen h3. King g1, you anyways go queen h3.
Yeah.
And knight h2?
Just bishop h1.
F3?
Bishop h1.
Bishop h1, yeah. Oh, that's really nice. Knight h2, bishop h1, and queen g2.
Okay, maybe bishop f1 is also winning, but okay, bishop h1 is nice.
That's very pretty.
Yeah, wow. I mean, what an opportunity, but I just cannot believe. I mean, Wesley should kind of feel that all these dangers are there. I mean, just trade this light squared bishop. I mean, what is this?
And also, Peter, to move. Sorry, go on. Go for it, Hari.
Maybe he was scared of bishop e6, f takes e6, c takes d4, e5. But even then, he should have gone for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very stable position. I mean, here you can take on f4 next, whatever. I mean, it's a strategical position. Definitely black is probably fine, but I mean, white is not risking. And what Magnus doesn't spot this knight g2. Wow.
Absolute. I mean, there were all these ideas with bishop h3, knight g2, and even bishop h3 looks so strong. d5.
But this is white is completely fine. I mean, white can play for more than equality now.
You know,
exactly.
Peter,
now,
I
in
mean,
fact, it might be very unpleasant for black because even if after ed5 you have to take back with the knight, you never have any winning chances.
Yeah.
The pawn on a5 is vulnerable. I mean, white is perfectly safe, has the bishop. I mean, terrible turnaround. I mean, what a miss by Magnus. It also, we of course definitely have to kind of mention that the players are very, very exhausted and it's so much at stake, the tension and the tension, the nerves, everything. But still, one would feel like, you know, given this golden opportunity, he might grab the chance.
I think it comes to what Hari was saying earlier, that going for these sacrifices, you feel that if it doesn't work, it's just match over. Yeah. He is currently trailing, but we're getting a confirmation that knight g2, knight h3, bishop h3, just all these sacrifices were giving black immense chances. The strongest was to go knight g2, and take a look at this. He goes for knight h3 now.
But g takes h3, knight h4. I think that's what is going to happen. Knight h2 and queen h3. I think this is what he's hoping.
And then f4 or something?
Yeah, I don't know, f4 or f3, one of these. But I don't think white is in any danger.
All right, so knight h4, knight f3 is a big threat, and we're looking at the line with knight h2 right now. If knight h2, queen h3 was the move that comes to mind, threatening queen g2 mate, and the only way to defend it is to push the f pawn either to f3 or to f4. Queen g3 check, you've got king h1, so there's nothing to be afraid of.
Yeah, f4 probably safe. I don't know. I mean, one of these moves.
And does black have time to get the rook into the game?
But right now I'm also kind of speechless, because after seeing, you know, definitely Wesley after playing queen takes d4, I believe that he immediately sends, you know, that I have underestimated those sacrifices, maybe I'm gonna get checkmated. And then after takes d5, to give your opponent again a chance of sacrificing when you actually have super safe ways, like, okay, if you are very worried, just take e5, knight d5, and then, okay, you play a move like knight e3, and it's maybe white is slightly better because this pawn on a5 is vulnerable. Instead of this, giving this option, I mean, I'm really surprised.
I think he didn't expect Magnus would go for this, and he probably thought he was going to play, but okay, it's. I think Wesley thought Magnus would go for queen c7 after queen d2, but yeah. So here, knight h2.
Hari, we have this position that we were discussing, and I see the evaluation bar seems to like black right now. Black has sacrificed a piece for this attack, but the engine considers the compensation good enough.
I think with the pawn on f3, he could play bishop g5 and force the things. You know, it's more forcing. I think this is the reason. With pawn on f3, it's much easier to, you know, kick this knight from h4.
Yeah, now black can just rely on very nice long-term positional compensation, because he has this lovely f5 square for his knight. He has the lovely d3 square for his rook. Besides, after rook a d8, white is even not able to play rook d1 because of some queen g4 check at the end, hitting the rook, and then, or now Magnus goes rook e8. But anyway, many very interesting dynamic possibilities keeping the game going. I mean, very scary stuff from white side.
So queen f1 maybe.
This is what we were talking about, trying to bring the rook into the game. White just cannot give black enough time, and now he could go rook e6. He chooses knight to f5, so hitting the bishop. Can white actually come back to queen f?
Queen g2.
Queen g2, nice stabilizer, yeah.
And then queen g5 maybe, or queen g4, something like that.
Yeah. This is, and queen g2 on the board. I mean, definitely white is now suddenly safe.
Yeah,
and Magnus is going back on his chair. He can't believe it. He can't. If Magnus doesn't win this game, I think he might just rage quit the entire tour.
No.
No, but I mean, the problem for black is that if you are not safe, then you might end up even in some kind of a trouble. And look at this. He goes for this endgame. But white is getting his knight to e3. I mean, this is very scary from black side. But okay, black will try to get king to f6 and then prepare some g5 business to not let white sit on the squares. But this looks like a great possibility now for white.
And which side would you take now, Peter? Would you still take black?
No, not anymore. Definitely not. Yeah, with the knight on e3, I'm able to sit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
It's been very entertaining to watch the evaluation bar do all those jumps for white and then for black just continuously. I think that's just a clear reflection of the demanding nature of this tournament taking its toll on both the players. Just mistakes and then counter mistakes.
I mean, that is one thing, but also, you know, in some of these sacrifices which we have seen, they are really complicated, and it's not that easy when you don't see the last move of this end of the variation, because of course we are commenting, and we can, even if we miss one line, we are going to go back and find it out. But it's a huge responsibility when they are choosing all these variations, and really difficult. And of course they are very tired after, you know, so many games. It's understandable. But I think
at stake as well.
Sorry?
So much at stake as well in this round. You know, you always second guess yourself whether you want to sacrifice or not.
Yeah. And I think black should be somehow holding this because of this F and E. I mean, I didn't really like this idea of exchanging the rooks. You know, I thought having both rooks would be much better for white. But now, I mean, the F and E pawns would roll.
Yeah, so now probably the justification of the idea is that if white ever jumps with the knight to e3, there will be rook d2 check, and Magnus believes that, okay, if I'm eliminating white's pawns, because otherwise knight e3 would be quite an unpleasant move right now.
Yes, knight e3, I was thinking what he would go. Yeah, rook d2, king f1, g takes f4, rook f5.
I don't know exactly where do I put my king.
Is this so easy?
King g6, rook f4, rook b2. What's going on here?
b4.
I mean, this looks just terrible, yeah?
Rook b3?
Rook b3, knight d1.
Yeah. Yeah, but hang on. I mean, definitely this is not Magnus's idea. So what?
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah, knight e3. Maybe does he have rook?
b5?
Ah, b5. Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is the move.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
He trades on g5 and goes king f2, so keeping the d2 square under control. How is black? He goes h5. I really like the move b5 actually at any point with the attempt to push f4 next.
So maybe something like c4, I don't know, too.
Yeah, but actually then even a little bit scary now from white side. I wonder that maybe Wesley has just blundered this b5 idea as well, because otherwise this whole idea of giving up the d file and taking this actually completely meaningless pawn. I mean, take a look at the pawn structure. This pawn is not really doing anything. Yeah, Magnus gonna blitz out b5.
b5.
On the board. That's a really strong move, Harry. Just killing white's rook on the queen side so that you can advance the pawns on the king side.
So if white manages to remove this c, b and e pawns, it's a draw.
Sorry, say that again?
If white manages to somehow remove the pawns on b5, c6, e4, I mean, even if he's 2 pawns down with f pawn and h pawn, it's a draw. So
yeah, but look at this. I mean, Wesley is shaking his head. He just blundered b5. He just blundered it, and after knight e3, b5, he is falling back with his knight to f1. Very, very tense and nervous.
And he needs to bring the rook back. He needs to find the time to bring the rook into the defense, because that's going to cost him a tempo. Can he do that immediately? Can he try and make a move like rook a7 now?
He should go for it. I think he should go and try to play rook g7, rook h7, something like that, to keep attacking these pawns. Even if he loses his knight, I mean, some of the rook endgames are just drawn, so he should go for it.
Peter, has he made the move rook a7 or is h4 on the board?
Yeah, no, rook a7 played by Wesley. Wow, I mean, lot of tension, lot of dramas. I mean, okay, the players also very low on the clock. I mean, and such an important game. Yeah, if Magnus bounces back, suddenly Wesley will be in a very, very shaky situation because he will have to play with the black pieces.
No, if Magnus wins, it will be this Berlin draw.
What? No, I don't believe that. Magnus will play white in the next game. He's at least going to try for a little bit.
No, he will fight in the tie break. We have seen in the World Championship match, so I think that's how it will be.
In both the World Championship matches?
Against Sergey, for sure, that was the case in the Berlin.
Yeah, but look at this. Magnus goes rook h8 just to make sure that white will not be able to get his rook to h7, but now it does feel like white should be able to coordinate his forces against the f5 pawn.
King e3 or...
King e3.
So king e3 after h3, you'll just go knight h2, but then can you go king
but
h4?
It looks a bit dangerous, yeah.
But maybe it's possible, right? King e3, h3, if we can just quickly... but the players are down to a minute. Wesley, a minute and a half, less than a minute and a half on his clock. A very critical position. What's the move for white here?
Actually, my original idea was, that somehow I wanted to force black's king on f4, then go something like knight e3, h3, rook f7. But, you have this very important resource of rook h5 protecting the f5 pawn, because all of a sudden after h2 I had this lovely checkmate idea with rook f5, but rook h5 would be very, very unpleasant and black might just win the game with h2. Yeah, rook f7 played.
So
yeah, that was the point, that, you know, luring the king to f4 was working in one line, but now with the king on g5, at least knight e3 will not be met by rook h5.
I think h3. No. What's the point after h3? He has to go knight h2 because king g3, I have e3.
h3 on the board.
Knight e3, h2, rook f5, rook f1 is just lost, yeah?
Knight g3. Ah, what about h2?
Maybe he just take rook f5?
What?
h2, rook f5?
King g4, no? I mean...
But rook f7?
Yeah, of course, yeah, of course, yes. No, I missed this.
Yeah, besides, I can maybe even start with king g2. Okay, he starts rook f5.
Okay.
So king g4, you just go rook f7.
Rook c5, or okay, something. Rook f7 is, or rook f6, I don't know, one of these.
Yeah, it might be important to keep it on the f file. I'm not sure why exactly, but it feels safer.
Yeah, Wesley down to a minute now. Rook f6 played. Yeah, just intuitively to target the c6 pawn. On the other hand, white's rook is closer to black's king, but the knight on g3 covers. Oops. The knight on g3 covers f5 and h5 squares. So after rook g6 check, black king will not be able to attack white's rook.
So it will be draw, I think, after h1. Yeah.
Yeah, after h1, it's a draw.
But he should.
No, you called it a draw. I'm just confirming, yeah, that it should be a draw. Definitely, it should be.
Is there another option for black? He goes for it. He goes for knight h1. He's going to take it. And now, does he just pick up the c6 pawn?
Okay, rook c6. Just take it.
Yeah, just take it. Yeah.
King f4, rook
and rook f6.
Some.
And rook b6.
King f4.
We're gonna see repetition probably.
Yes.
But wait, what is the point after rook b6 here?
King f4.
Okay, so you don't have time to take on b5 because of...
No, e pawn is very dangerous.
I mean, also he can go rook f8 just to make sure that the king will never come back, yeah? Yeah, rook f8, a safe move.
Yes.
And now does he go rook h2?
And then king e3 and then force him to give the perpetual.
Maybe b4. b4. It's possible to play b4.
So
he just takes on b2. I was, yeah, because rook h3, king e2, rook h2, there was rook f2 back, yeah. b4, rook h2. All right, okay. This is now at least Wesley and both players know there are no real surprises here. Rook c8 or whatever.
I mean, the surprise would be if he takes rook e4 and then you walk into rook h3, but that's not going to happen.
Okay, this is going to end, yeah.
Wow, what a scary game, yeah?
Crazy,
what a scary game, Peter, and what a mammoth defense put up by Wesley, because it looked very, very difficult, but I have to say some very big missed chances and opportunities by the world champion there with those sacrifices on g2 and h3. And I just feel, I think it is about stamina, the tournament situation, the exhaustion. Magnus has spoken about it himself. You look at him in the camera, you can feel it as well. But those were some very big opportunities. Maybe we can just pull that position up at some point and just discuss that knight g2 moment, because it could have been all over by then, Hari, the line that you pointed out as well. It's been a difficult final so far for him.
Yeah, this is the position. Yeah, and look at this. Magnus is still not moving from his chair. I mean, the disappointment is written on all of his body, basically, not just on his face. It's very tough now. He will have to try to figure out what his best chance gonna be with the white pieces, and the golden opportunity was missed.
And Peter, I look at him and I think he is looking at this position right now and he sees what he's missed out on, and just not moving from his chair, I think he realizes that that was a golden opportunity. And queen d4, such a strange decision. You move the queen away from this f3 square, something where the knight can jump on those lines with knight h4, just intuitively such a difficult move to make. And Magnus still, I think he's looking at his game right now and just in shock.
Probably he's thinking whether to play e4 or d4, next game, because for against e4, Wesley is going to go for Berlin, so he has the choice of playing Italian. So maybe he's, trying to figure what is his best chance to fight in his game.
Yeah, I think one thing is for sure what Magnus should not be doing, looking at this game and checking where he went wrong and where he could have won. I mean, he has only like 10 minutes to get back to fighting mood. And if you suddenly torture yourself with the fact that, oh my God, how did I miss knight takes g2? How did I miss this and that? I mean, that would be just terrible. I mean, no, just forget it. Maybe I mean, we don't know exactly what he's looking at the screen. But he's not moving. This definitely means a lot, but he should try to forget this game as quickly as possible.
Don't know what he's looking at his screen, but one can definitely feel the frustration he must be feeling right now. It's been a difficult final for him so far. Magnus Carlsen trails Wesley, so he needs to win on demand. The next game he will be playing with the white pieces, and that will force a playoff. We then will see a Blitz, 2-game Blitz playoff, and if that's a tie, then it goes into an Armageddon. Hari, what are your thoughts about the upcoming game? What can we expect from Magnus in terms of the opening that he might choose?
He would go for something unusual, in the sense to surprise Wesley early in the opening, even if it is not the principal or the best opening. I think he's going to go for such a position, and of course he would like to have a long game rather than some exchanging of pieces or something like Berlin. I mean, I don't expect Berlin defense in this game, so I would say something like c4, knight f3, or all kinds of things where he has a lot of flexibility and find some small idea to keep the pressure on Wesley.
And if I just had to ask you to make a prediction, do you think this match will go into Blitz, or is that going to be a tough task?
I mean, it's difficult to make a prediction in such a situation, obviously, because Wesley did play well under pressure. Okay, he missed. He played some. This queen d4 or some of his decisions in this game were quite strange. But I would say in general he has been playing solid throughout the event. And I see no reason why it would be otherwise in the fourth game. So Magnus has to, pull all his energy and fight it out in game 4. We have seen Magnus, coming back and winning such important games and giving his best. I would say in this tournament he hasn't been in the shape, but we never know. And it's hard to predict what is going to be, but for sure for audience it would be great to have tie break, but it's different story what audience want and what is going to happen, so we will see how it unfolds.
I can't agree more with that. I think as chess fans, as the audience, as commentators, we love it. The more chess we get, the more fight we get. That's exactly what we want. But that would require Magnus Carlsen beating Wesley So in the next round. Now, Hari, when in the beginning chat had asked you about your Valentine's Day plan, you had very diplomatically dodged that question, but I do know that you're still spreading the love from your Chessable course, because I believe that today there's a special sale on your Taimanov as well as your French toast course.
Yeah. So all the romantic people go and get the French toast. So a lot of both my courses, French toast and on Taimanov Sicilian, is on sale as part of Valentine's Day on Chessable. So you can get one and you can also get another for your partner, you know. So it will be great, great combo. And do not miss this opportunity. And if you go and study, it will be great for your chess. What more can I say? You should also get my course, Tanya.
I've got you on the broadcast here, so I'm learning from that already, but I completely agree with you. And it's just such an incredible time that we're all witnessing right now, Hari. We've got top grandmasters like yourself giving us all this immense knowledge in these openings. It's just unprecedented. You know, where did we have the access to hear it from you explaining? There are so many amazing courses on Chessable right now. Do go check them out. These opening courses where you can learn from the very best players in the world. Hari has a course on the Taimanov as well as the French, and it is on a special sale currently. Everybody
I have one question for Peter. When are you going to make a course, Peter?
Yeah, good question. I'm getting into it. I only don't know yet what should I be doing. There are too many ideas.
Berlin defense.
No, that definitely not. But I'm loving your French toast. That's basically the meaning that you are busting the French, or what is it all about?
I'm giving some ideas, or let's say killing the French from the white side, and I myself have played in some of the events, so it's pretty good.
Hari, you play some French with the black pieces also. I remember you used to play a lot of French growing up.
Yeah, I play the French, so people play my French defense from black, and then they buy my course in order to beat them.
All right, I love it. Well, we're going to be having the very, very critical game for action very soon. And a big shout out to all our audience who's joining us on our broadcast on Twitch, on YouTube, on Chess24. Thank you so much. Of course, it's a pleasure to do this for all of you. And none of this would be possible if it wasn't for our partners and our sponsors. Meltwater is our title sponsor. They are a leading data analytics firm, as well as Airthings. Now, Peter, you've been talking about how important it is for Magnus to not look at his game previously. Perhaps a really good time for him to actually go out and get some fresh air to clear his mind, to be able to play game 4. Once again, Airthings is monitoring the air quality for these players. And we've spoken about this before, that regardless of what the air quality might be right now in Magnus's room from where he's playing the event, I think the environment in his mind has to be extremely up and down, and he definitely needs to calm down and figure out a way to get back into game 4. So yes, definitely also for our viewers, do go get some fresh air, because I think we're going to be back shortly as the players are getting ready on their Opera browser to play the very critical game 4. We'll be right back.
Nice little username there in Vachier-Lagrave. The third best and 136th best player of all time.
Yeah, let's take some other challenge here. Ocean Storm is a Grandmaster. Let's not exaggerate, guys. We just started. Let's not take Grandmaster. Let's take someone with a random account, with a random name that just seems attractive. D4, Knight F6.
Yeah, stop playing with my rating, guys. That's becoming a bit embarrassing. I mean, what is this stream if not an opportunity for my mods to roast me? Like, there's really no other reason for me to stream apart from that.
Bishop h3. Rook a2 back. Yeah, I'm not going to accept a draw, of course. We're not in the charity business here.
And a queen check comes. Another queen check. Okay, now you are pre-moving. This is very smart, but I can also pre-move a mate in 2. Okay, thank you for the game, and it wasn't rated. I mean, okay, I'm done. So sorry, guys. I'm not going to banter anymore. This wasn't rated. This was freaking unrated. No, I mean, okay. Most chickenish way to play. I mean. Unrated. I'm amazed. I'm just amazed. Okay, if anyone can replace me in this banter, sorry. Okay, let's play against Julia Brazil. It's 3+2, but this will be my revenge, so I'll make this game last forever.
Such a beast. Yeah, okay, this is pointless. Okay. Good game. What were we saying? There. Okay.
Let's briefly see if Frenchman has challenged me. It's hard to find. Probably should go to his account and see. Ooh, h6, h3. Hello, g5. Didn't see it coming, eh? Mate? Who's funny now, eh, Harigiri? Oh, knight h2, like this. Knight h2. Please don't hit me. Oh, don't hit me. Boom.
You don't accept my challenge.
Okay, I'll accept it. I didn't see a challenge.
You're too afraid.
I'm not afraid. I didn't see your challenge. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you go, please? I'm shy.
I'm
can you
gonna
please
sit next to you.
No, can you
while
please
you're
go?
playing.
No, please. Can you go somewhere else?
Okay, no Frenchman. Next is me.
Yeah. Okay.
And you challenge.
Okay. No Frenchman. Being tossed around here by my wife.
Hello, Miss Tactics. Hello there. So, Pico, we get a play before my manager is back in the office. Ooh. That's, I think your manager should understand and challenge me as well.
I've also been told many a time, Jan, just fix the shit. Stop asking the audience if they can hear or see you. And also, stop cursing. I believe that type of feedback has been given to me. More than once, probably like thrice.
Welcome back. Game 4 is about to kick off. The final game of the rapid portion. Magnus Carlsen's back against the wall. He has to win to level the score and take it to playoffs. While we were on a break, we were just doing opening predictions. Peter said e4, Hari said c4, I said knight f3, Sotter said c4. What's going to happen?
We need one more person to say d4, so we all can be right.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I'm also not exactly sure. I was like speculating that Magnus did seem to have a nice advantage out of the opening in the Italian. On the other hand, I mean, it's the decisive game. Do you repeat
Peter,
it?
you're right.
e4, Peter, your prediction on point.
No, it was not prediction, it was speculation. I tell you that it was speculation, but Magnus goes for e4. We're going to see another Italian.
Speculation is when it doesn't happen, and when it happens, we should take as prediction.
So if it doesn't happen, you call it a speculation. If it happens, you call it a prediction.
Exactly.
So another Italian, what does he have to do differently this time, or what is he going to do differently this time?
Wow, seems like nothing. I mean, yes, here we go. I mean, he threatened Magnus with d5, but since Magnus, offered him to go for the same line as he did in the earlier game, Wesley, however, says, no, I just wanted to scare you, but you are ready. I'm not gonna go. And you see, this is what we have been talking about, this bishop g5, h6, bishop h4 line from white side. If you need to win, you go for it. If you need like a stable game like Wesley before, then you avoid it.
And I would like to point one thing, like Wesley could go for the third move, bishop c5, but he provoked Magnus to play knight f6. And this was the game between Wesley and Magnus, and where Magnus won this game, and also Wesley made a course on this particular position. So it's interesting to note that he was ready for his own course.
Yeah, exactly. Very nice point. I had exactly the same feeling, just the game heated up so quickly. There were so many moves that, Wesley was ready to go knight f6. So all these knight g5 things are after all probably under control if you know exactly what you are supposed to do.
On the other hand, maybe he wanted to avoid Ivan's gambit. I don't know. I mean, now I'm really speculating, of course. So of course. I mean, that was a very nice game, which Magnus won, but Wesley won. Wesley missed a nice chance in that game. I remember that.
So Wesley needs just a draw in this game to actually clinch the Opera Euro Rapid, and he's just such a difficult player to beat anyway, regardless of what you need or whatever might be happening. But even though playing with the black pieces, his style of play, I think is just so hard to understand what needs to be done with white. When you play very aggressive or attacking players like Dubov, excellent players, but you know that they will probably create some chances, some tactics, they might be able to give you the kind of position that you need in must-win situations. But against Wesley, it's just so hard to imagine that.
Yeah, but now when you look at this position, I mean, one could argue that, okay, this is exactly what Magnus needed. It's a very, very double-edged position. He provoked all these kind of weaknesses in black's camp with h6, g5. However, this is mainline theory, and but some kind of a theory which hasn't really been played so often. In this regard, the big question is who will have the deeper preparation, because in this very sharp line, it all comes down to who knows better. And it seems for me that Wesley so far, playing bishop b6 and knight h7 rather quickly, he's kind of in familiar territory.
Yeah.
In general, I think Wesley's prep has been so impressive throughout this final. Harry, you were mentioning this is mainline theory, you as well, Peter. Now, for those of us who are not very familiar with these setups, can you tell us some of the plans that both white and black can go for?
Okay, right now we are already too, far away to tell general plans, but of course, black would like to go h5, h4. I mean, this is the most straightforward. And after h5, when white plays h4, he would like to get the bishop to g4. And the point of playing knight to a3 is to get the knight to c2, e3, to prevent this bishop g4 and also at some point getting knight to f5. I mean, not immediately. And also with knight on c2, white can push d4 to close the diagonal for the black dark square bishop on b6. So these are the plans, of course, and it's always important to gain as many tempos as possible. So you can also consider playing bishop b3 to go knight c4, so you gain one tempo. And then also with the knight on c4, you create extra pressure on e5 by playing d4. So black could be black has to take the exchange the pawns, and then white gets more space. So these are some of the ideas, but I do not know exactly how it's going, how it is going to develop, or this is like some well-known theory. I did play several games in such positions, and we will see. And both these players are experts in this, I mean, Italian structures, and they know very well what they are doing. So I think we are going to have a very interesting game here.
Those are some amazing insights and knowledge about this position. One can completely feel your understanding for these structures, Hari. You pointed out several ideas for black as well as white on how the game might proceed. The one thing that you did not mention, which comes to my mind, I'm not sure how good it is or bad it is, but does black ever dream of moving the king and going for f5? Is that a plan, or is that completely ridiculous because you blow open your king side?
It's not ridiculous, but it is slightly slow because after f5, a move like e takes f5 and breaking the center at some point with d4 or like knight c2 d4 or whatever. So then black king could be weak, and also e6 square when the knight comes to d4, knight e6, all kinds of threats. So the reason why Wesley went knight h7 is to protect the g5 pawn as he is threatening to play h5, and that was his point of playing knight h7 here.
Yeah, I think also very important to mention that these are the typical positions where the engine bar doesn't mean anything. I mean, engines, especially the weaker the engines, supercomputers are already different. But our relatively weak engine cannot really understand all these dynamics. And I believe we're going to see a lot of switches and jumps in the evaluation bar. But yeah, knight c2, I'm also pretty sure that black will continue. And look at this, already the engine bar jumped, like, okay, white has missed his momentum. But I mean, knight c2 is such a natural move. If you have already played knight a3, it's basically clear that you want to get your knight to e3 as quickly as possible. All right, but what will happen after h5, h4, bishop g4? That's another question.
Question that needs to be answered. Hari, what were you were saying something?
Yeah, I would like to just show one theme here. Like, of course, it's not going to happen. So let's say black goes bishop g4 and make some move, a random move, and queen f6 and bishop f3. So I want to point that, this bishop on g3 is kind of dead when bishop f3, queen f3, queen f3, g takes f3 happens, and there is a famous game on how you can win such a position, as bishop on g3 is completely out of play. But this is just a theme which is not going to happen here. Okay, so we are seeing
we are seeing moves being blitzed out by Wesley. Your idea of h5 responded with h3, not giving up the g4 square for the bishop, and the position has exploded now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the typical position. I mean, ever since Dingley then kind of insisted in playing this variation with pawn to a5 and short castle without the move h6, yeah, because it's a very, very ambitious move. We have seen that in the previous game, Wesley was not interested from the white side to use the move order with bishop g5. Then black kind of gets a rather easy game because he saves the h6 tempo. It's a very critical line of going for it. I'm assuming if already Wesley is ready to enter this territory, then he really had to work a lot on this position, because it's a very scary line otherwise. I mean, there are much more safer lines in the Italian, but this one is the so-called most ambitious from black, that you are ready to go for this craziness, but you really have to make sure that you are very, very deeply analyzed all the positions.
Yeah, I agree. I think Wesley is familiar with what is happening here. Okay, it's not possible to remember each and every detail in the Italian, no matter how much you study and how much you analyze, it's always new when you are playing. It's so rich. So this is, I mean, I think it's also good for Magnus to have such a position, especially when he needs a victory. You know, small inaccuracy from either side can be make quite an impact here. So I think knight e3, knight f5 is what White is threatening to play. I don't know if, I mean, queen f6 seems normal to me, but on the other hand, queen f6.
What about knight g5 here? Is that an option? Because I really want to destroy the pawn structure on the king side if there is an opportunity.
Yeah, knight g5, I was not sure after bishop e2, something like bishop e2 to give away the d4 pawn for, so let's say if you take knight f3,
So you trade everything on f3 and you pick up
bishop
e4?
f3, bishop f3, queen f3. So I don't care if e takes d4. I mean, king on g8 is so weak here. But on the other hand, black doesn't need to take on f3 with the knight. So he could go for bishop takes f3 instead of knight f3. So bishop f3, and queen f6 with the idea to take e4 or something like that.
Interesting options, but Wesley chooses the move e takes d4. So immediately liquidating the center, not keeping the tension on. So after e takes d4, cd4?
Well, I mean, in general, I'm not liking the move e4, usually giving up the center square so easily. I don't know exactly what's in store for us in the coming moves, but intuitively, I also feel like this knight g5 move first was much more in their spirit. On the other hand, one of the lines I wanted to mention that after knight g5 could have White played something like knight e3. Is that maybe a concern from black side? Is it justified at all? Because you have many possibilities. I understand it's just some very messy option.
Yeah. Probably, yeah, that's possible, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, he took ED4, so it's a rapid game. We don't have time to go very deep. Besides, I'm pretty sure that we are missing things. I mean, engine is much more reliable in this position, but after ED4, the big question is, and Magnus may be kind of sensing something, yeah, that he has slowed down, he is looking for his options.
This is what I don't understand, Peter, because he's looking for the options, but what are these options? So he can either take the pawn with the knight or with the pawn. If you take knight d4, you might be allowing a move like, and he's gone for it, but does that not give black the option to go knight e5?
But then I can come back, bishop e2. And as Harry mentioned, I mean, the f5 square, this is vital. If white knight ever lands on f5, it's going to be very bad news for black. And right now, I feel like after knight e5, bishop e2, I'm not really seeing the dynamics. The knight on h7 might be stuck, might not be in time to reach the game with knight g5. And then what do you do exactly?
Queen f6 maybe.
Still, yeah?
I don't know.
And if I take
bishop takes no, but knight f5 is coming. No,
yeah, knight f5 is coming. Yeah, and if you take d5 and I put my bishop on f5.
Yeah. Also, maybe you have e5, c takes d4. But
yeah, exactly. I mean, basically, just I wanted to highlight that. Yeah, in one of the options, if captures, then takes. White definitely gets knight f5 and basically gets a winning advantage, and otherwise he also blocks. I'm not really liking knight e5, but if you have to take knight d4, cd4, again, black is losing a little bit of his dynamics.
Maybe knight g5. It's, I don't know. Can I play
knight g5? That's interesting. Yeah, just try to bring this knight, because the knight on h7 is really there to be used with knight g5.
Yeah.
Anyway, bishop e2 maybe.
And
can you also just take a look at this line? If black actually picks up the pawn, Hari, with all these trades that you were talking about after knight g5, bishop e2, I think it's still possible.
Knight e4 exactly.
Just like this, knight takes e4,
no,
right?
It's a bit greedy, but okay, let's see, why not?
Yeah, but it's justified because the f2 pawn is weak. Yeah, the bishop is suddenly alive. Yeah. Yeah, no, knight g5. Yeah, knight g5 is the move in the spirit. So otherwise, what do I have? I have some, but queen dc doesn't feel.
I know why Wesley took e takes d4. I think he wanted to play knight g5, but then if we can go back one move early. Yeah, so after knight g5, bishop e2, and after bishop e2, knight e4, now white can take knight e5. And this is the reason why he wanted to include e takes d4, c takes d4. I mean, I'm just guessing, obviously. But Magnus took knight d4. And yeah, still I think knight g5 should be the way. Somehow I feel it. Yeah, now bishop e2, knight e4, maybe.
Well, he took now on d4, and after cd4 goes knight g5.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. It's
Peter, can we take a look at this direct line which we were discussing earlier with bishop e2? After bishop e2, you can also take on e4 directly, right?
yeah. Now I don't want to play bishop e2 anymore. I mean, now that the position stabilized with knight takes d4, cd4, I would prefer to keep some tension.
Maybe king h1, but then there's h3 as well.
Yeah, then h3. No, queen d3.
No,
Yeah,
no.
this.
Yeah, queen d3. I think bishop f3, g takes f3, bishop d4, e5. I think Peter also was going to say this. Okay, I interrupted him, but maybe this.
Yeah. I mean, this one is in the spirit, and I remember that there was this game between Radjabov. I mean, Adonyan and Radjabov, and also there Adonyan used some e5 idea which opened up this diagonal, and this is a very topical idea because. Suddenly the bishop on c4 is very powerful, gives the check, I mean chance to give a check. Black's position might collapse. I mean, black has to be really careful here.
Can black go d5 after e5 in that position?
Ah, yes.
Yes, I mean, but still then maybe, because I have this wonderful structure then, yeah, I might just remove my bishop. I'm studying some bishop c2 and also f4 somewhere. I mean, I feel like the initiative is going towards white.
Yeah, knight h3, white has king g2 or king f1, one of these. So
exactly, I'm giving anything, yeah. And look at this, Wesley goes for safety already. I mean, knight takes f3, check.
But this is not good.
Yeah, bishop h5, but this is almost lost. No, white goes
king h1.
G1.
And Wesley shaking his head.
Yeah, black wants some queen f6, but I mean, bishop h5, he might not even get there. I don't know.
So king h1, black has queen f6, right?
Yeah, has to. Yeah, it's only move.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering that does it make sense maybe but e5, is it good or bad? Yeah, e5, d5 doesn't feel right, at least e5.
Maybe to start with f4.
Yeah, f4. Yeah, just to make sure that queen f6 can be met by e5, then queen g6 check.
Okay,
yeah, let me play queen
f6. Still white is better. Yeah, just I don't know. No, it's not so clear. Of course, yeah, no, not so clear.
Yeah, I think one thing we can be sure of, that Magnus reached the position that he was dreaming of. I mean, this is his best chance ever to beat Wesley. So the position is completely out of control. It feels very, very nice for white. And okay, he needs to win. He needs to create chances, and he has all the chances with black's king on g8.
Yeah.
And also we have to point out that Magnus's clock situation is under control in this one. So he has the time to really think in this critical moment how he wants to continue. So finally, what do we think? Does white go king h1, or what is the move for white here?
It's hard to say, because after king h1 he has queen f6,
and you hit the d4 pawn, you hit the f3 pawn.
Yeah, so rook g1, king h8 is there. So it's I mean, queen f3 is a serious threat, and also if you play f4, then queen takes d4 maybe is an option.
It's a very legit option.
Yeah, and so that's why, but
and
we have
Magnus
some move
goes for
actually.
e5, and I see the bar doesn't like it one bit.
Yeah, I mean, this e5 was there. First of all, we are not exactly sure what do we achieve after d5, because black will have this bishop g6 tempo. Besides, there are also d5 played, but maybe queen g5 check followed by bishop g6 was like another.
But what happens
g1.
king h1 here?
No, he just goes bishop b3. That was one line I was mentioning. I think it loses on the spot. Queen g5 check, king h1, bishop g6 looks like a very nice idea, but after rook g1, it might be game over immediately.
Yeah. Oh, this is very nice. Bishop d3, rook g5 is a check, and you win the bishop.
Yeah.
So was it possible to play king h1 after d5, or it's completely bad?
After d5, just to play king h1.
We have to check out d takes c4. That's the first thing that we need to
d takes c4, rook g1, and king h8, I believe, and queen e3.
What was the problem with bishop g6 instead of king h8?
Then rook g6. But I mean, I have king h7 here.
Ah, yes, of course. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Oh, this is nice. Yeah. Queen e4, bishop g6.
Yeah.
Well, it also took me quite some time. You know, I was also like, what? It's checkmate. It shouldn't be like this.
Yeah, of course. No,
I had this, but of course, bishop b3 just stabilizing and okay, the bishop on b6 is out of the game. I mean, only unless he hits on d4, but we are not seeing it.
Now just f4, f5, or king h1, rook g1 is good too.
Yeah, a4 basically I felt like a4 has to be played. I see the engine bar not liking it, but it was the logical follow-up of Wesley's play. Does White have some e6 idea or what?
e6, he would sacrifice the exchange, I think.
e6, okay, king h1. Let's go for the same idea, because what does it mean? King h1, what changed? Takes. Is there some checkmate here, or it's again not?
So maybe queen e3 and e6, and then bishop e5 or e7 is coming?
Yes.
Queen e3, king h7, and then?
e6, bishop e5. No,
wow. I mean, but okay. I mean, I have some queen f6. I'm not.
But you can do e6 first.
Start with e6.
Yeah, start with e6.
Right.
Start with e6. Okay, but this is quite stunning.
This is difficult also. Yes.
This is very nice. So queen f6 now is bishop e5, and otherwise queen e3 is a big threat. Bishop e5 is a big threat. So f6 here is met by queen e3, and then queen f6, bishop e5. And if instead of queen f6, black goes f6, then queen e3, threatening queen h6, and king h7 is met by e7. But can black go queen e7 here, Peter?
Queen e7.
Still not over.
Yeah, still not over.
Oh, but I think it's queen f5 maybe. Queen f5 maybe.
Yeah, because okay, after we get f6, then we have some other squares. Yeah, it feels like even slowly it could be finished.
Probably Magnus is thinking about king h1, because bishop c2, bishop g6 probably is okay for.
Yeah, exactly. And look at this, bishop d1 played.
Bishop d1.
Wow.
Bishop d1 on the board.
And this is exactly the moment that we saw in the last game, right? Where Magnus had those blows with knight g2, sacrificing on h3, but chose a calmer option. And again, he's done it in this game as well.
Yeah, but here now I think he's anyway doing very nicely, because White has this strategical idea, just pushing f4 as Harry wanted to play from the beginning. I mean, if White gets f4, f5 in, the position almost automatically wins. And okay, this king h1, and then with all these incredible e6 lines, I mean, imagine the players completely exhausted.
Yeah.
What are the chances, the odds that somebody spots that and believes that that's the correct way? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, the players are not getting the information. They are not seeing the engine bar that, of course, my friend, just sacrifice it, go for it, and it's going to work. And Magnus sees that bishop d1, and I think that it also shows some confidence that he rather quickly went bishop d1, believing that, okay, I'm just having a very nice position. Let me just not go crazy and continue putting the pressure.
But here probably black would play something like bishop g6 and c5, or
okay, bishop g6, queen e3.
And is c5 possible here?
c5. All right. I also have some f4 cd queen h3, also tempting, but
yeah, I will push d3 also. You know, it's important to open this bishop on
of
b6.
course, yeah.
I'm fed up with this bishop on b6.
Yeah. Besides, you guys told me about all these queen h6, e6 ideas. Do I have queen h6 now?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. So let's
take on d4, maybe, Hari?
No,
Take
yeah,
and
then
then
e6.
And queen f6, you've got bishop e5.
Bishop e5.
Yeah. These are all your ideas, guys. I'm just I'm doing copycat here.
And what happens after bishop c7?
Well, I mean, I hope that, okay, it cannot be that you survive this.
Bishop h2?
Yeah, I see it's not over yet.
So wait,
No,
e7 is bishop h2. This is completely crazy. He goes for queen g5 check. So at least the bishop on d3 is not hanging in those lines. Queen g5, king h1 is bishop g6 the idea now.
Yeah.
And rook g1, bishop
No,
d3.
queen g1, queen g1, queen
Oh
g1.
yeah, that's queen g1, of course.
Yeah, now that there is no connection between the rooks.
Here he could go for queen e3. Just queen e3 and maybe something like.
I mean, it's really nice because queen takes e6 is met by f takes e3, but does Magnus really want to go for such an endgame or?
c5 is coming.
Yeah, c5 coming. I feel like, you know, in this state of mind when he knows that he needs to, but on the other hand, what else he can do? Queen c3 runs into bishop a5.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, all right. So, but what is this? Queen e3, I'm not really understanding why engine bar would be so happy from white side in this position.
Queen e2. Goes for queen e2.
Queen e2, wonderful.
Nice.
What is the point after bishop d4? Why is it so wonderful?
Rook g1 and bishop c2.
Yeah, rook g1 and then bishop c2.
And if queen h5, anyways bishop c2 or what?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So if queen f5, that's bishop c2 using the pin, and after queen h5, which is on the board, bishop c2 putting pressure on the g6, and if black just sidesteps with the king to h7?
Well, we have all kinds of, even rook g4 comes with a tempo, then rook g1, and it looks very, very scary. I mean, all these pieces there stuck on the h file, and the
You can start with rook ad1 first to start.
I can even start with
but
rook
okay, rook g4. No, rook g4 is good because then you take this tempo and then rook a g1. You should.
And there's e6 coming at some point.
Scary.
It's very scary.
Yeah. No, this is not good.
Yeah, just queen h5. I mean, bishop c2. Magnus still a little bit more than 5 minutes on the clock.
Maybe Peter, after bishop
Rook
c2,
a6.
could there be a defense like rook a6?
Yeah, rook a6 should be the move.
Yeah, but okay, somewhere something will happen. So after bishop c2, immediately rook a6 or?
Yeah, rook g4. Let's go.
Yeah, rook g4. I'm gonna double and then play rook g5, kicking the queen away from h5. I think that will.
Also, you have f4, f5 at some point, so it will.
Exactly.
It will be not so good.
I mean, basically after bishop c2, black will need some incredible move. I mean, I don't know
maybe
exactly
a3. Let's check a3. It looks a bit.
e3. Wow, you have very good nerves.
No, it's not my game.
Still, you know?
It's not my game, so I don't care.
Wow.
Okay, let's see the direct line with rook g4.
Rook g4, yeah. So I don't know if a takes b2, yeah.
Let's go rook g1.
Okay, it's mate pro. It's probably checkmate or what after c5?
c5 here. Wow. I mean, this is.
Just rook g5 and it's over.
Yeah. Wow. And Magnus goes queen d2. He wants to challenge the bishop immediately, and probably he wants to go for rook g5. I mean, he also wants to go rook g5 as quickly as possible. And bishop takes e5 runs into rook g5 as well.
Yeah. So is he gonna play c5 here?
would be the logical move, no? To go
I
c5.
don't see anything else actually.
Yeah, all right. So rook g5.
Maybe f4 you can include.
F4 because queen f5. I have bishop c2.
Bishop c2.
Yeah, queen f5, bishop c2.
Oh, you have queen h3 or queen h5, something like that.
Well, look at this f4 played, and engine doesn't like f4. Did maybe Magnus and Wesley goes queen h6? I mean, did he miss something? I mean, what is happening?
I don't understand anything.
Yeah.
So f4 was attacking the queen. It was also threatening f5. Queen h6 just felt like such a normal move to make because you stop f5, you're pinning the queen on d2, and we see the engine bar stabilizes and says the advantage has shifted to black.
But what is the move after f4? It's better for black already, yeah?
Yeah, he played queen h6 and it says it's slightly better for black.
Yeah, this a3 move is quite annoying. I mean, it's so if bishop c2, what does?
Yeah, besides the problem is that with the queen on d2 now you are in this unpleasant pin. Yeah, so bishop c2 doesn't threaten anything. I might be able to move my king. I mean, it's certainly black has definitely improved a lot. Yeah, so what to do? Yeah, rook g5 played now by Magnus. But I mean, even there, when you push f5, I will take bishop f5 and the queen is trapped. Yeah, so I might.
No, but it's yeah. If you move the king, yes.
Yeah, if I move the king, then.
And we're getting a big update that right now, if black goes f6, big advantage to black.
No,
Wow.
f6 is difficult.
But then actually, it's the typical move that once you spot it, you realize how strong it is. Yeah, because everything falls into its place. But do you have the mindset? Because you always think about moving the king away. And as I pointed out, you know, the first thing that comes to mind and f6 on the board.
Oh, excellent.
And played with such speed.
Wow.
Wesley in just absolute top form. We keep speaking about stamina and energy.
Nice.
I mean, he's played as many games and he's just still blitzing out these moves, which look so critical. A brilliant play by Wesley there. And what does this mean?
F6.
Queen
No,
d5 check?
now black is definitely like I mean, no risk at all. Just king h8 and black's king is very safe.
And Wesley needs just a draw in this game to finish the match. So what happens after queen d5? You simply go king h8 anyway.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, you just go and okay, now suddenly black has the wonderful coordination. Bishop on h2, king on h1, everything is really misplaced.
Yes.
I mean, just one thing that maybe Magnus, let me just show, because I fell into this, that after rook g5, my first instinct was, okay, let me go king h7. And after f5, I have this bishop f5 trick, but actually it runs into rook h5 because the bishop protects the rook. And after rook g8 check, rook g8 is not even a check.
No, I think you meant
bishop e4 check. Yeah, this was the line that I calculated. King
Magnus
g1.
just throwing his hands in the air. He knows he's messed it up big time, Peter.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, here suddenly everything is perfect for black. I mean,
he's low on time also.
Yeah.
And Wesley looking sideways at the camera, perhaps just seeing Magnus's expression, you can tell a golden opportunity. And I think it just comes to these moments, you know, where he missed this sacrifice, goes queen d2, the lines that you and Hari were pointing out, the direct lines. But choosing the second best option maybe, or the third best option, and then a player like Wesley, he doesn't miss his chance with f6, queen d5 check on the board, king h8, there are ideas like rook a8, suddenly it's the white king, which is actually in a lot more danger than black's king. How is white even keeping the game going after king h8?
I mean, usually this bishop on h2, if you have e and f pawn, it's pretty good. Like white has all kinds of e5, f5. But when the e pawn is gone, you feel that this bishop on h2 is pretty, like it doesn't have any job, you know. It must come out, and it takes a lot of time for the bishop to come out. And on the other hand, this bishop on f6 is doing brilliant job, no? Like, yeah.
Yeah,
Does
both
Black
the bishops.
actually want to take this exchange on g5? Because it looks like after bishop g5, fg5, suddenly this bishop on h2 might become a monster, and that's a bit scary, coming to e5 and checks all over the board.
Yes. Maybe he would go first rook ad8 just to clarify where this queen is going.
Yeah, I'm liking this move. Yeah, Black also has to be very fast because just one more move from white side, I mean something like rook g1 and all our lovely construction might collapse. That's also the justification of why we feel like, you know, Black has to be very energetic with maybe rook ad8.
Because now I want to play queen b7, then I can take bishop g5.
And if I take
of course,
on
queen
c5,
should be the move. And here I was okay. I mean, there are so many moves here. It's first I want to check if it is possible to take on g5. I mean, most likely I will not take it, but you know, whenever there is material, I want to take it. Queen h7.
Wow, asking for these checks, yeah?
Yeah.
And Wesley still having a think after bishop f3 what he wants to play, and then you can just feel the instant shift in the body language of both these players. Magnus feeling the pressure. A big moment for Wesley. He's got 3.5 minutes on his clock to figure this out.
But of course, Black is not going to take this g5 anytime soon. Oh, a3 is great. We have a3. I saw this line, but I could not believe that he would go for this.
Exactly. I also calculated till this moment that b1 queen and then rook comes back, and it looked very scary, but Wesley believes, yeah?
This bishop on f6 is doing a great job.
And he's traded a lot of pieces. Hari, your idea of a3 finally coming on the board. Queen h7 played, the bishop on f6, he was saying controls everything. f5, he wants to go rook g6, also maybe bishop e5 at some point.
Yeah, I also, you know, to bring, yeah, exactly, to bring the bishop from h2. I mean, this is only chance, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when I looked at this ace, I exactly looked at this like rook g1. You really want to do this from the black side. Yeah, it looks very, very scary because rook g1, but yeah, this queen h7, of course, is the key move. You control, and if white has to play f5, then already from the black side, you also feel like, okay, yes, he might have bishop e5, but I mean, I'm having things under control. It shouldn't be that scary, but in a blitz game with so little time on the clock, also keeping the momentum going, yeah, so I believe that Magnus is also kind of happy that he gets his game, but rook g8, challenging the rook on the g file.
Okay, he needs to keep the rook. I think he should not, he shouldn't exchange the rook.
Yeah, Wesley's idea is pretty clear. He's just offering trade after trade, and can he insist with the move rook e8 now?
Yeah, he's going to.
Yeah, it's really a big problem. White cannot put the rook on e6 because after rook e6, fe6, there are all kinds of queen b1 checks as well. Maybe something else as well, but I mean, this is already enough reason not even to think about it.
Rook b1 or what? Rook b1, rook g5, yeah.
Yeah, rook a8. So what to do? Rook b1, yeah, was your...
Rook e6 is not, I mean, rook e6 would be nice, but rook e6, fe6, queen b1 or something else would be, yeah, probably rook e6, fe6, queen b1 is enough.
Yeah, exactly, because bishop d1, you have rook d8,
rook
yeah?
d8, yeah.
Just very quickly to illustrate that, yeah, this is the check that hurts white, bishop d1, then rook d8. Queen h5 check still continues, but probably I can go back.
No, you can go king g7 and king f8.
No, queen f7 check I have.
Oh, I missed it, of course.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Magnus goes for rook e6. I mean, you kind of have to go rook e6. You have to go rook e6.
Over in the next few moves.
Yes.
I mean, Wesley just trades on e6, and he's going for it. Queen b1, bishop d1. Peter, after queen h5, queen h7.
We have queen e6 on the board, Tanya.
Yeah, queen e6 played.
And now
But I mean,
queen
queen
e7
e6 runs into everything. I mean, this is terrible because now all these queen c1 checks and white king is terribly weak.
I think pretty soon the cat is going to come.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Besides, maybe he can even maybe just force a draw with some repetition. I mean, queen, but what kind of repetition? Queen g5, queen d5 still. No, queen d5, rook d8. I mean, queen g5 might just win.
Queen g5 wins. Queen g5.
Yeah,
He's
it just wins.
played it.
Yeah.
Queen g5. So if you go bishop f3, there's queen c1, queen e4. Do you go? What's the move after queen e4? Do you go h3?
Queen d4 now. Queen d2. Sorry, queen d2. Yeah.
Yeah, queen d2 just entering.
Yeah, because queen f3, queen e1 check and mate. And if bishop goes somewhere, queen f2 is possible.
Well, also queen c1 is possible. Everything is possible. Yeah, bishop g4. h3 is possible as well now.
He's going to take queen f2, I think.
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah, h3 terrible mistake because then bishop g3 and suddenly white gets some stronghold. Yeah, eliminate this pawn on f2. But also black can play queen d4. Will we see a repetition of moves?
Yeah, it's quite possible. Yeah.
It could easily happen, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
No, Magnus doesn't.
And for some reason, Wesley shaking his head.
He missed f3 probably, but okay, it doesn't change much.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Wesley is not trying to win. He just wants to win the match because that's so much more valuable.
No, I don't know why he did not take on f2 unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, queen f2 or queen d4 also forcing the trade of queens. I mean, anything but queen g5, he probably felt like, you know, he just forces the repetition and that's it.
But king h3 is there, so...
So how does it go? There's queen c1 check, there's king g2, then you give another check on d2, and the king hides on h3.
Yeah.
And then if black tries to threaten queen f1 mate with queen d1 or queen c1, maybe queen c1 again, how do you fight that?
I mean, queen e2, but problem is I don't see next move for white. I mean, what is white going to do afterwards?
King g2 on the board, we might be seeing this.
So yeah, like queen d2 or whatever, queen d2 check.
Queen d2 check, king has to go to h3 to keep the game going. And
no, h3 check played by Wesley.
Okay.
So queen...
So it's some kind of
very professional.
perpetual check.
That's very professional.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, king g3, can I try to play on your nerves if you are so professional? King g3, rook d8.
He missed it.
Yeah, rook d8, it's good.
No, but why would you play h3 when this pawn on h4 is doing excellent job?
Yeah, but I mean, look at this. The engine bar says game is over, it's finished. I mean, black is just invading now with the rook to d2, queen h4 check, rook d2 checkmate is coming, and
yeah.
Maybe Wesley just played very nicely with h3 check.
Yeah. And after bishop g1, something like queen h4, rook d2. Where is the mate? It should be mate somehow.
But it's also wonderful for black. Yeah, you have only beautiful pieces while white is now stuck with his bishop on g4, another bishop on h2.
I think this is over.
It's over. Yeah, Magnus down to 13 seconds. Bishop h3.
So bishop g4, he would go queen h6. But he had queen h4
wow, he had
and
queen
rook
h4,
d2.
no?
Queen h4, rook d2.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, we see that Wesley just doesn't care. It's repetition is enough.
And queen h4 still, no?
Yeah, queen h4, king g2, rook d2, rook d1. Rook d2, rook d1, draw.
Because you can't go to e2. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. It's going to be a draw now.
Yes.
Wesley so is the winner of the Opera Euro Rapid. He does it for the second time, and you see him with his fist pump just celebrating on this over there. What a brilliant performance, and absolutely well deserved. What a match this has been. Wesley, make sure that he doesn't take it to the playoff. This was an incredible game.
Yeah, this game was quite, but on the other hand, Magnus had quite many chances as we saw in several times. But I mean, Wesley really played well in crucial moments. He defended well. He took practical decisions. So it's great play by Wesley, and deservedly won the championship.
And there we see third place to Temur Rajabov. Magnus Carlsen finishes runner-up for the second time in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. He loses in the final to Wesley So. Wesley So is the big winner with $30,000 as his paycheck for the day, and also doing it by beating the world champion. Just an amazing performance throughout. We saw him in the preliminaries. He finished third. His matches in the quarterfinals, semifinals, we always got the feeling that he's just played this tournament brilliantly, just never up and down, never topsy-turvy, just completely in control. And his final against Magnus Carlsen, what a match that was. It was Magnus who drew first blood in their set one, but ever since then, there was no stopping Wesley. Peter, your thoughts on this just unbelievable final that we witnessed?
Yeah, it was very, very interesting and very dramatic. I also believe, when Magnus will take a look at his games quietly, and then we'll realize that how many chances he had missed in these last two games. Because, Wesley, definitely a fantastic performance from him. But, also amazing how Magnus managed to create chances with black in the previous game in the Italian, now from the white side as well. It also shows how complex this whole opening is, that despite being such a great expert like Wesley, still he's getting into some trouble. But in the critical moments, it seemed like he kept his nerves better. Magnus certainly felt like he has the chance, maybe got carried away, got too nervous, and somehow managed to miss those opportunities. Quite untypical for him, but okay, this is the 9th day, lot at stake, and Wesley was driving him crazy. So definitely very, very big congratulations for Wesley So.
Absolutely, Peter. And we've got the players with us in our Oslo studio. Let's see what they have to say.
Well, first of all, I'd like to apologize to Magnus for celebrating on camera, but
I think that's okay, Wesley. Wesley, this is the second Meltwater Champions Chess Tour event you're winning. Second time you're beating Magnus Carlsen in the final. What does this one mean compared to the Skilling Open?
Yeah, it's big. It's big. It's totally unexpected. To beat Magnus in any match is a huge honor. And it's a real pleasure to do so, because just playing him already gives you a lot of experience and a lot of honor and stuff. And to beat him twice in a match is just unheard of, really.
And Wesley, we named you Wesley Solid simply throughout this tournament. You seem almost unbeatable. You're winning a lot of the games. What has been your tactics throughout this tournament?
No, actually, I think our level of play in the finals has been very low.
Really?
Yeah, I checked the games briefly right after, and it seems like we're making a lot of mistakes and blunders. But I think it's been a very long tournament. Also, it's been 9 days. I had a cold earlier, so I wasn't feeling that well. But I guess the same applies to Magnus.
And Wesley, what did you think was the turning point today? Was there any moment you thought you might be in trouble? Did you get nervous at any point, or were you always confident that you'd hold those games at the end and get the victory?
Yeah, well, the first game was a big success, winning with the white pieces. So that was one of the turning points. Obviously, winning first game is huge because it puts pressure on your opponent. And then after that, all I need to do is try to hold with the black pieces, which is far from easy. But the first game was definitely a critical turning point. I think Magnus messed up the opening. But the second game, he was putting me in under some pressure thanks to his bishop pair. I think he had some chances, but he wasn't really able to break through. And in the third game, maybe I should have just made a quick draw with white. But I thought if I made a quick draw with white, I'll run into problems with black. So I thought I want to put pressure with white, but I could have easily lost the third game, and that would have been disastrous. And in the last game, I think I had a very bad position at some point. I mean, I analyzed this line before the tournament, but I couldn't exactly remember where my analysis ended. Probably Magnus' preparation was just better also. I think I was in a bad situation at some point. But he probably missed this F6 later on.
And what was your routine like? Because you absolutely looked super calm and very well prepared.
Yeah, well, the game starts at 10, so I wake up at 8 or 7:30. Then I just I don't do so much chess work in the last days. I'll just read my book, try to relax, and right after the game, I'll watch some TV show or movie or read books, and then try to sleep 10 to 11 hours a night. I think because I did some opening preparation before the tournament, but I think during the tournament it's much more important to relax and rest and get your mind off chess, which takes off pressure. Yeah, also like right before the tournament, I took some time not doing any chess work, and I think that helped a lot. Made me hungry for playing.
Sounds like a perfect tactics. Wesley, I'm very curious because it's been a long time since we had over-the-board chess. You have been so fantastic in this online rapid format. You're number 9, I think, on the world ranking list in classical over-the-board chess. And what should we expect from you when the over-the-board resumes?
Yeah, actually, I'm very excited to play over-the-board once again. I haven't played in over a year. I think my next tournament will be in Norway, so I'm really excited for that. I'm very nervous on how I'll do. I mean, this tournament I was also very nervous, but things went out very well. So I'm just I don't know. It's hard to say exactly. Sometimes I'm very disciplined, and sometimes I work long hours before tournament. But sometimes I'm also very lazy. So I think if I prepare like a month in advance of an over-the-board tournament, then hopefully things will go well.
And I know you're a very humble guy and a very hardworking guy, Wesley, but we keep talking about you are now. I mean, you definitely are one of the very best chess players in the world, currently maybe the very best ones. Then do you expect now to sort of jump up on the ranking lists and you know, be the winner of many big tournaments in the future as well?
No, first of all, rapid is very different from classical and Blitz. Rapid is my favorite time control because it's a mix of Blitz and classical. So yeah, I seem to have this time control 15 plus 10 in pretty good shape because I'm generally ahead in the clock. But no, it's just one tournament to another. I think this day has just not been Magnus' day, the last couple of days. I mean, I also made a lot of mistakes, but he wasn't able to capitulate on those mistakes. So, yeah, I don't think I particularly showed a high level of play in chess. But, yeah, I guess, yeah, it's hard to say, but I'm very excited to play over the board once again. And, yeah, right after the pandemic hit last year, I was very badly motivated. I wasn't working on chess. But now, thanks to the Magnus Chess Tour and the Champions Chess Tour, it gives players hope and gives them motivation to study. And I guess the secret to playing chess well is not thinking about the results per se, or not thinking about rating points or prizes, but just to play well and just to have fun. Just to play some good chess, play some good moves, because at the end of the day, also, you're doing it for the fans and for other people. So you don't want to cheat them by playing bad games.
Is that something you're very aware of when you play, Wesley, the fans? Because your play this tournament's been super exciting.
Yeah, definitely. If there are fans watching games, then make me very pleased. Yeah, at the same time, big shout out to all the Filipino fans out there who watch my chess, and also to the St. Louis Chess Club, the Rex and Jeannie Singfield. For sure, they follow chess. But at the end of the day, I just want to be able to play some good chess and not make any mistakes. And I remember 4 or 5 years ago that was my goal in every game that I play. But then I lost motivation and stuff. So yeah, hopefully we'll get we'll get back to the point where hopefully I can avoid playing some bad games. I mean, in the last few years, I've had many bad games, and some of them are quite embarrassing. So I use them as motivation to work harder.
Well, it seems to be working, Wesley. We're so excited to hear that you found back your motivation and giving us so much entertainment in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And I'm wondering, it's Valentine's Day. I know that's a big day in America. How will you celebrate the victory today?
Well, my family is here at home, so we'll have a nice lunch and everything. We'll watch a movie later. We'll have, I mean, it's very early here in Minnesota. And then we'll try to relax and get my mind off chess. And we'll get flowers and sausages later for lunch.
Sounds good.
But,
do you already know what movie you're watching?
Yeah.
Which one?
Yes, we're actually. Well, I'm into this series, the Godzilla series. So it's quite embarrassing. So there's a new movie next year, Godzilla versus King Kong. So it's quite ridiculous. But I've seen 2014. I've seen the 2019 movie, and later we'll watch King Kong from the 2017 edition.
Fantastic. I think that sounds like a great way to celebrate. Wesley, I hope you have a best possible day and enjoy this. And we're so happy to see you back in the next Meltwater Champions Chess. So what will you do now before the next one starts in? Well, it's going to be about a month.
I'll forget about chess now for the time being. And then I'll try to work on my Chessable course because a lot of people have written and I haven't had time to reply to them. And then I'll try to do some serious preparation for the next tournament, like 2 weeks, and then I'll take a break for 5 days before the next tournament, the same session. But again, finally, I'd like to apologize to Magnus for ruining the Valentine's Day.
His birthday and Valentine's Day, Wesley.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I'd wish they make a rule where you won't have to play in your birthday. But yeah, I think today was just quite unlucky for him.
Well, a well-deserved victory for you, Wesley. Thank you for joining us, and huge congratulations again.
Thank you.
Yeah, bravo. Well done.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Wesley. All right, what a fantastic victor of the Opera Euro Rapid, Wesley. So celebrating with some movies tonight, Godzilla and King Kong, and what a humble and great guy, Ivanka.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just love the fact that he was consistent to his course that he recommended on Chessable, and he used it to devastating effect against the world's best players. If that is not the best advert for your own course, then I wonder what is.
Wesley so ruining Magnus Carlsen's birthday by beating him at the Skilling Open, and then Valentine's Day as well in this epic final, where the big question was whether Magnus Carlsen will find some redemption finally after a couple of difficult months coming back into the Opera Euro Rapid. He mentioned it himself that he was highly motivated to win the event. It was not about avenging himself of the losses in Air Things or the loss in the Skilling, but just feeling himself back again. He set himself up for an absolute thriller of a final against Wesley So, who's been clearly the most impressive player throughout the tour so far. And he showed us why. And I have to say, Hari, Peter, the big difference that it really came down to looking at these games, it just felt that when Wesley had the opportunities and the chances, he was able to convert. On the other hand, when Magnus got them, those critical moments, not able to do it.
It's okay to Wesley. He clearly had the most convincing tournament coming up to today. But I do feel as though I missed quite a lot of chances today, and that's the frustrating part. Particularly that at several points I did not trust my intuition, and I sort of trusted him more there because he was playing so quickly and confidently that I couldn't really get myself to believe that he was missing a lot of things. Mainly in the third game, I mean. Yeah, I really should have taken my chances there, and also the fourth game where I could definitely feel after the opening that my position was winning, and it would only take a few accurate moves to win, and the especially one moment there was.
I think we actually have it, Magnus, in that game 4. David, and you can analyze for us. That would be great.
So, I mean, we had this moment in game 3, and you talked about not trusting your intuition. Were you looking at some moves here? Or?
Yeah, I mean, my first reaction was, what? He can't take with the queen on d4. This can't be it. And he also did it very quickly. And I started calculating all of these things, but I somehow missed this bishop g2 move there. So yeah, I don't know.
So a position like this, for example, where if white defends, just bishop g2 at the end, and
and that just makes
checkmate's coming.
Yeah, this was one thing, but I feel like this was more of an accidental chance, even though I mean I could feel that that there might be something there. But I think earlier on when he played bishop b3, I mean I really need to take on h3. That's what I feel, regardless of whether it works. It just and here, yeah, instead of taking on h3, apparently a4 is extremely strong.
Okay, this is obvious, right?
But the thing is, like, this is throwing in a4. This is not a novel or particularly difficult idea. If you start looking for things there. And obviously I was spending my time looking at bishop h3, and I was calculating all of these lines, but I couldn't completely make it work. With a4, everything just works. And I feel like here, especially down in the match, I should have gone for this. Because even other lines there are not bad for me at all. I think a4 is probably very good, but also other lines are not bad, because of one very, very simple thing that I missed. Let me just show you, like queen h3, for instance. Yeah, take on f4 and knight f4, knight e3. Let's say rook a to e8. And the thing is, here I was thinking knight g5. But then queen h6, and here I thought queen g4, and I didn't calculate further, which is a big mistake, obviously, because I just went on the spot. So yeah, this wasn't very good. And then I will just point you to one moment in the last game as well.
Okay, at which point, Magnus?
When he played a4.
Okay. Let me find this.
It's fantastic to hear how chess players analyze and to learn notation. I'm keeping my close eye on this.
Okay, I think I'm done.
Yeah, so the thing is here, my intuition was screaming that king h1 wins. Just screaming. And the thing is, it wins and it's not very difficult. King h1, ab, rook g1, king h8. And here I was looking at all sorts of queen e3s and all of this, but I couldn't. Yeah, queen e3, king h7 doesn't work. But the thing is, I just needed to consider e6, and that's just game over on the spot. So yeah, that was really really bad as well. Because yeah, this, if I see king h1, I think, at least practically speaking, the game is just over. Because if he can't do anything immediately here, he's just dead. Like, he strategically, he's absolutely busted. Since yeah, my attack is just unstoppable. So that was really poor. And apparently I missed some chances later on as well. But then it was becoming complicated. And but yeah, there were just a few instances today of not following my intuition, which were just frustrating, and especially considering the first game where I did go for a sacrifice, which didn't work at all. Yeah, because I just missed the sequence that he had. So overall, no shame in losing to him. But I just feel that I could have done a whole lot better with the chance that I had today, and yeah, that's it's not gonna sit too well tonight, I think.
Well, but I'm wondering, Magnus, but because you sort of after the quarterfinals with Daniil Dubov, you were annoyed with your playing. You applauded Maxim after the semifinals, and then a little bit annoyed again here with your intuition. So are you sort of your own biggest opponent these days? Is that where you're not getting, you know, that final finesse to win these tournaments that we usually see you winning?
Yeah, for sure. It's clear by the play today and also some other days that while there are definitely some good things to my play, yeah, I don't trust myself fully, and yeah, this shows in critical moments, and yeah, it's hard to say what exactly I can do about it at the moment, but so
yeah,
I mean, Wesley is very strong, but as you could see today, he's also extremely beatable.
You have about a month now until the next Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, which is the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. What is your plan now? Before that, will you take some pause from chess? Will you have like training camp? Will you play tournaments? What will you do?
I'll definitely try to get some new ideas for the next tournament at the very least. I definitely need to freshen up even more. I feel like I tried that in the preliminaries, but didn't quite work out in the knockouts. So yeah, that is one thing, and just to try and in general build up physically, try and get some energy and so on. So I don't think yeah, I don't think I particularly need like a massive break or anything. Like I don't feel nearly as disillusioned as after the last few tournaments. So.
Well, that's very good to hear, Magnus, and we thank you for a great show in this tournament. Looking forward to the next one. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. And if I didn't mention before, obviously, congrats to Wesley. I mean, regardless of what chances I had today, I didn't take them, and in the tournament as a whole, he was better, so he deserved to win.
Very good. Thank you, Magnus.
Thank you.
All right, Magnus Carlsen taking it very good here and analyzing his own performance. He is number 2 in the Opera Euro Rapid. Let's take a look at the final results from the finals. So it was a draw. They tied.
And that was the world champion Magnus Carlsen after a difficult day, a defeat to Wesley So. Wesley So takes the Opera Euro Rapid. Magnus finishes runner-up. I have to say that despite that very difficult final, it was amazing and incredible to hear Magnus giving that interview. He's just always so honest about what went wrong and just so gracious about what needs to be done, how he wants to take things forward. Big congratulations to our winner, Wesley So. And it just came down to what he was saying, that he was not trusting himself in these key moments. This is something that we believe and we know is Magnus's big forte, his intuition. But today's match was just all about these moments, which he did see. He was analyzing these. He was showing that how he actually saw all of this, but just no trust in these lines and failed to convert it in those important moments. Peter, Hari, what did you think about all of this and this exceptional final that we just witnessed? Hari.
So yeah, firstly, I think it was a great match and great fight. I mean, despite all these misses, I think both the players showed great class. One has to understand that these players have played so many games and still keeping such a high level chess in the final is great. Regarding what Magnus said, I agree that it's not about seeing these lines, but when you start to recheck these lines again and again, it's difficult. You lose a lot of time, and then you are not confident, and at the end you just make some move which you didn't even calculate that much. So this has been happening, I think, in many games in this event. So I do believe that it's not like he missed most of the things, but he sees it, but he's not sure. So such things happen when you are low on confidence, or basically you are rechecking your own calculation. Of course, he's going to come back, and I mean, it can happen to anyone. It's like one event. I think he's probably not satisfied with the second place, but the credit should be given to Wesley So, who played fantastic chess and defended as usually great defense by him, and finding these moves like f6 is just amazing, and such short time. And he kept playing at the right speed, and this is very important in such difficult, such important moments. You need time to calculate. So therefore, he played quick and played very practical chess, and I think he deservedly won the event. So my congratulations to Wesley So. And yeah, that's my impression about the finals match.
Thank you for that, Hari. Spectacular chess by Wesley, 100%, but you have to also recognize Magnus's class. Just despite struggling with all this form and these questions of confidence, he tops the table in the preliminaries, finishes runner-up in the event, but we all know the thing about the world champion is that he's just not happy until he wins it. He is his biggest critic himself. Peter, speaking about confidence, this second guessing, this is something very uncharacteristic of Magnus. Do you think, we've been speaking of stamina, how exhausting it is, but I also believe that this has a lot to do with the way things have gone the past few months for him.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have seen Magnus giving the interview and also getting really emotional. I mean, I didn't hear what he was saying. I could only see his body language and how he was gesticulating with his hands and basically showing all these lines. Those lines were, however, very, very complicated. So yes, if you are not in your absolutely best and you are a little bit confused, then it was very easy to miss those final touches, because it was like the intuition says that yes, that's the right move, but if you don't see the final point which the computer points out, then you are not sure can you go for it or not. In this regard, he was also a little bit unlucky, because maybe if he would just make the move, then already automatically he would afterwards find the right continuations. But definitely, I mean, Vasily was putting a lot of pressure. I mean, Vasily was very practical, as Harry mentioned. He was always kind of up on the clock, and this type of positions. I mean, for example, the miss that Magnus missed this win. Maybe we have a chance. Then we would like to show to go through and to explain which moves are, you know, the ones that thanks to computer you might be finally understanding that yes, that's it. And Magnus had seen the direction. Yeah, let's just very quickly go to this position after a4. We have been also seeing this in the Oslo studio, that yes, the line king h1, which is the brilliant move, runs into a takes b3. So the question is, how do you follow up? Rook g1 check, very natural. Black goes king h8. And now the most natural move would be to play the move queen e3, going for queen h6 checkmate. But after queen e3, actually, black has king h7 covering the h6 square, and all of a sudden there is just nothing in the position. So then, with little bit low on the clock, you can finally tell yourself, okay, but why do I need this? I will play bishop d1 and I'm gonna have a good position anyway. But the feeling was there, and the feeling was there because here the stunning move, first exactly the same idea with queen e3, queen h6 to keep in the pocket, but first white plays this stunning move e6, incredible move, because it looks like it does nothing for the position. It gives one extra tempo for black, but the most natural move of answering it with queen f6 runs into bishop e5, a very, very important move because it wins the queen. And that's why during the broadcast, the question appeared that what happens if black plays the move f6, which takes the e5 square under control. We kind of speculated that is it queen e3, is it queen f5? Yes, the move is queen f5. But even after queen f5, it's not over. I mean, black goes queen e8, and now white has to find this incredible, beautiful bishop e5 move. Already, if you reach to this position, I'm pretty sure that Magnus would have just blitzed out bishop e5 in 5 seconds. It's not a move that is difficult for him to find. But this whole sequence of moves that when you play this very quiet move e6 and so on, with little low on the clock, very, very difficult. I mean, this bishop e5, a stunning winner, because after bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, f takes e5, queen g4, threatening queen g7 checkmate, and after black protects the queen g7 mate, comes queen h5 check, queen h7, queen takes e5, and checkmate is coming. I mean, we were told this in the break. I mean, incredible computer lines. I'm pretty sure that, you know, Magnus felt it. We have seen also that after a4, he was like hesitating. He felt that king h1 should be right, but maybe he missed e6 because it was so easy to miss. Then, however, he went bishop d1, a very good move. I mean, strategically, it's a very good move. Then Vasily came up with the best defense, queen h g5 check, king h1, bishop g6. Magnus again finding this wonderful queen e2 move. Bishop takes d4, rook g1. Very logical, and Magnus goes with his flow. It's all his intuition. And suddenly after queen h5 again, probably due to the time factor, he felt like, you know, he needs to speed up. And he missed this incredible opportunity of playing rook g4. But this is again such a difficult move, you know, that you have the choice of going bishop c2, you have the choice of going queen d2, and you have rook g4. You have 3 options, and you have like 2-3 minutes on the clock. How do you react? And every move has its own drawback, but the big difference was that if white goes rook g4, he makes sure that the bishop has to be protected, because the rook g4 attacks the bishop. Black has to go c5. Now white goes bishop c2. Black goes king h8. And even here, it's very easy to continue in your mind that you're going to play the move rook g1, which runs into bishop takes c2, queen takes c2, rook g8. And all of a sudden, it turns out that black is perfectly fine. And again, the counterintuitive move after king h8, bishop takes g6, f takes g6, rook g1 seems to be very, very strong. But again, the taking on g6 is very, very difficult. And Magnus, I believe, you know, felt like he might have seen all these lines, that it's not so easy. I might have bishop c2, and then he spots this queen d2, which seems to be perfectly fine because he comes with rook g5 tempo. However, there was this incredible, stunning f6 reaction by Vasily. I mean, using the chance immediately, we have been seeing also in the broadcast, kind of almost blitzed out by Vasily. I mean, that shows what a class defender Vasily is, immediately using his chance. And after this, then Magnus had already no real chances of fighting for the attack. And in fact, the initiative turned to black, and Wesley went on to win this game. I mean, finally the game ended a draw, but finally his match victory was not anymore in any doubt.
What a phenomenal final that was. Brilliancies and misses, actions, drama, emotions, just everything that one could have wanted with these two best players. I think all of us can agree right now, also mentioned by many of you on Twitter as well, that clearly Magnus and Wesley are the two players who are in absolute A shape. We have no doubts at all that Magnus, as you mentioned, Hari, will be back very, very soon. I remember back in 2018, he had a couple of difficult months, and then after winning the World Championship against Fabiano, we just saw him win every single event of 2019, of 2020 as well, until November. Just no doubt it's a matter of time, but for now, the hero is Wesley So, and deservedly so. This moment, F6, is just one of the many examples of the class that Wesley has shown in this event, how humble he is, how down to earth he is, but do not get fooled by that. An absolute beast on the chessboard. Congratulations to the American Grandmaster. He is our winner of the Opera Euro Rapid. He goes back with $30,000. And Hari, thank you so much for joining us today on our broadcast with your amazing insights. It's always such a blast to commentate with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya, and thank you, Peter.
Peter?
Yeah, thank you, Hari. I mean, it was wonderful. I also think that, you know, the players really delivered some fantastic spectacles, and people are asking, I mean, how we are keeping fresh with Tanya. I mean, basically, thanks to the players, thanks to the audience, thanks to this incredible vibe that this whole Champions Chess Tour is bringing. We are so excited. We are so thrilled. Every day is completely crazy. Then at the end of the day, when we are very low on energy, then new reinforcement like Hari is coming, Sam Shankland also was with us yesterday, Alejandro Ramirez. I mean, just so nice to get this extra energy. And yeah, the tournament had been sensational. Wesley So won the event. Definitely Magnus is kind of frustrated of not being able to win again. But one thing I would love to mention at the very end, that so far we are talking about, yeah, Magnus still not winning anything. He won all the preliminaries. I mean, he won the Skilling Open preliminaries. He won the Airthings Master preliminaries, and he has also finished first in the Opera Euro Rapid preliminaries. So actually some incredible performance by Magnus. Just finally at some key moments, some misses actually led there that he didn't manage to win the event yet. But otherwise, winning the three preliminaries are also brilliant performances.
Can't agree more with that. And now, defeating Magnus Carlsen in a knockout match format is no easy thing to do. Wesley So has done it twice in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. It's not just the $30,000 which are at stake, but big tour points. Let's take a look at our tour standings, because it will be the 7 players with the highest tour points who will qualify for the grand final in September. Those players plus the 3 major winners. And currently we see Wesley So leading the table along with Temur Rajabov. Wesley won 2 events out of the 3, the Skilling Open as well as the Opera Euro Rapid. Temur Rajabov, the winner of the Airthings Masters with 108 points. And Magnus Carlsen, we keep saying he's out of form, but even on this, he tops the table at 3rd place. A big difference between him and Levon Aronian. The finals will be in September. The only player who has qualified for the final so far is the winner of our first major Airthings Masters, which is Temur Rajabov. That calls for a wrap of the Opera Euro Rapid, but there is so much excitement coming up. The tour has just started, 3 events down, 7 to go, and we will be celebrating the 1-year anniversary, in fact, of our Magnus Carlsen Invitational. The next event is in March, and it will be the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. That's what it will be called. It's a major event, and it starts on 13th of March until the 21st of March. The winner of that books a spot into the final. The Champions Chess Tour has been absolutely incredible so far. And if you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you, do consider going premium. There's a 40% off currently. That way you support the tour, you support everything that Chess24 does, the broadcast. Not just that, it gives you access to the library that's there on Chess24 with courses from the world champion himself, from Vachier-Lagrave, from Jan-Krzysztof, some of the top players, the top grandmasters. Harry's smiling on the camera, I can see. Yeah. Some of the best grandmasters in the world have done some amazing courses, so definitely check that out and support everything we does. And a big shout out to our sponsors, without whom we will not be able to get this chess action to you. Airthings has been monitoring the air quality of the players, and also Meltwater for being our title sponsor, and Opera, our official browser. If you want to enjoy the Champions Chess Tour, do it on the Opera browser. It's highly personalized with some very cool features, especially for the tour. If you're a gamer, that's the browser you want to check out. And with that, Peter, it's a wrap from us. It's been an absolute pleasure doing this with you. Had so much fun, and for our audience as well. Peter, final thoughts.
Well, thank you, Tanya. I don't think that we can even say anything more. I mean, really, the tournament itself and the whole Champion Chess Tour speaks for itself. Dramas guaranteed, incredible entertainment, excitement all over the place. You mentioned that the very next event will be called Magnus Carlsen Invitational. So maybe Magnus is actually holding himself back for winning that major. I mean, that would be actually a very stylish comeback from the champion. I mean, I can't wait for that tournament to start. And for the moment, okay, let's just say thank you very much, everyone, and see you next time.
Freedom! So fresh, so new. Freedom! It's all for you. All for you. Freedom! Keep your ear to the ground. Talking about the freedom. It's the best show in town. Best show in town.